beautiful Miami at Hard Rock Stadium, site of this year's Capital One Orange Bowl, part, of course, of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup, as we'll see the #1 team in the country, the Texas Longhorns, taking on the 7th-ranked team in the land, the Clemson Tigers. For EA Sports College Football, Chris Fowler, joined as always by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get right to the action. Tigers will kick this deep to start us off. He'll return it from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. The Longhorns offense going to get the chance to start this game off. And Kirk, this running back is almost a throwback, a durable workhorse. They just count on him time after time.
And I think, Chris, the thing that I love about this guy is whether it's in the run game, obviously, to be able to bounce it outside, get those tough yards between the tackle, or his hands. They oftentimes will be able to throw the football to him and showcase what he can do out on the perimeter against any defense in the country.
Fresh set of downs for the offense after that first down completion. Here comes a handoff. He's got the first and still going. Will not be brought down. And he steps out of bounds, but a solid gain there on the ground.
How about setting the edge there on the right side of that offensive line? I wouldn't be surprised if they keep going back to the well, pounding it behind that right guard and right tackle and tight end, seeing what additional damage they can do.
Great start to the drive. Back-to-back explosive plays, and now another first down. Back to pass. It's Manning. It's a quick grab. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. Here's the second down play. Caught behind the line. It's Moore. Oh, what a cut. It's still going. Tackle is finally made, but the gain is all the way to the 24.
Boy, really nice throw here to the slot receiver, and I love the quickness that he has after the catch. He's essentially a running back playing at that slot position. That's how dangerous he is after he makes a catch.
Longhorns will have 1st and 10 here. There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball. Oh, they trap him for a sack. So this offense faces a 2nd and 15. The O-line needs to regroup. Quarterback keeps the football. And he heads out of bounds after a nice pickup on the run. Solid driver to start the game. Now a 3rd down opportunity in the red zone. Out of the gun now on 3rd down. Pass caught. Can he get in? He makes it to the end zone. Touchdown, Texas. Well, that start could not have gone any better, Kirk.
Well, Chris, as you know, it's always huge for an offense's confidence to score on the opening drive. Most times, coordinators are just kind of feeling the defense out, giving them a lot of different formations, kind of see how they react. To get points on the board, it's a huge plus.
Lining up to try the extra point. And it's 7-0 after the PAT. Got momentum after scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. Fields it just outside the goal line. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. The Tigers offense takes the field. The first chance we had to see them today. And Kirk, this is what we've been looking forward to. A matchup of two quarterbacks who are elite, very competitive, matched up against each other today. One of the better matchups we'll see all season.
Yeah, a game that we really pointed to all summer. Looking forward to this matchup. Knew these two quarterbacks would go head-to-head. Very important that they don't get caught up in the individual matchup. They just go out, work against these defenses that they're facing, and try to put up as many points as they can. Boy, it's so easy to get caught up in the receivers and the quarterback, and your eyes get lost. You forget about the running back. Nice catch and a first down for this offense.
Solid gain, moves the ball up to the 47. It'll be first down. Takes the handoff. It's Davidson. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. Now it's second down here. To throw, it's Klubnik. Caught by the receiver. That's a quick tackle, but they pick up solid yardage on that short throw. So the ball at midfield, now the offense facing a 3rd and long. Back now goes in motion. Defense will have to adjust. Quick throw to his receiver. That one is incomplete. The defender was right there, and it brings up 4th down now. The Tigers bring their punt team onto the field. He's on to boot it away now. And he lets it land, and it'll just bounce out of bounds. Here's the first play of the drive. They're set up at the 31. Here's the handoff. Breaks an open space. Breaks a tackle on the play and makes a decent gain. Second down after that run on the previous play. Here's the snap. Quarterback looking to throw. Quick completion to the tight end. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play.
They told us all week that they thought they had an opportunity to get this tight end the football, and here they are early in the game showing that they mean business.
Back-to-back chunk plays to begin the drive. The defense on their heels. On first down, it's play action. Lets it go quickly. Wide open downfield. They make the tackle, but all the way down to the 17.
Man, the defense seems to be all about loading up to stop the run. They're creating some one-on-one opportunities, and the quarterback and receiver make them pay for it with a great play.
After one enormous play, the offense is set up with a 1st and 10 inside the red zone. Fakes the handoff, looking to throw. Swarmed by the pass rush, a sack.
Well, they give up a huge pass play, and they come back with a sack on the very next play. This defense was hoping to stop the bleeding, and they do so with that sack.
So this offense faces a 2nd and 15. The O-line needs to regroup. To the air, it's Manning. He's got it with room to run. They stop him at the 4, but it sets up this offense with a 1st and goal. The Longhorns line up with a 1st and goal. 1st and goal, handoff. And he fights in for the score. Touchdown, Longhorns. For the extra point. With the PHC, they take a 14-0 lead. Kickoff team out there, they are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. He thought about returning it, but instead takes a knee. It'll be a touchback, and they'll start at the 25. Time for one more play here in the quarter. And the pass falls incomplete as time expires in the first quarter. So Texas has the lead, Kirk, as we break here for the quarter. They jumped out to an early lead in that opening period. Let's take a quick look at the stats so far. Crucial stage of the game as we begin the second quarter. Is this one going to get out of hand? Here we go. First play of the quarter. Offense setting up for a second down play. From the shotgun now. Here's a handoff inside. Stop right there at the line. No gain. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this third down. Dropping back. He's going to throw for the first down. Catch made along the sideline, but he's short of the sticks. And the Tigers will have to punt this one away. We're going to kick it away for the second time. And here's the fair catch by the return man. Offense out there for the first play of this drive from the 18. Looking downfield, it's Manning. Makes a quick grab.
Boy, that slant is so dangerous for a defense to try to slow down. Great job of rallying to limit its yardage after the catch.
Here he goes. Slides down to avoid the tackle. You set it down to the offense. First and 10. And here's the handoff. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Offense behind the 6 now on 2nd and 11 after the 1-yard loss. Off the play fake. Look at it pass it. Oh, he makes the catch. They get him down, but a big play moves it to the 45.
I really like the throw here, Chris, but the fake off the play action was just as effective. You saw the second-level defenders freeze for a split second, and that helps open those passing windows.
The Longhorns looking to keep this drive rolling. The pre-snap motion from the offense. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. He'll be smothered right at the line for no gain. Offense getting set. Second down play here. Takes off in a bootleg. He'll throw it now. And he dumps it off to the tight end. Big man finally brought down by the quarterback. That was a tough assignment. Drops back, needing a third down completion here. Oh, down he goes. It's a sack.
There's a nice sack by this defense, something that they've been looking for. They've been on their heels most of this football game. That time they were able to get after the quarterback and bring him down. Let's see if that can provide a bit of a spark. See if they can get a little bit of momentum going their way.
Longhorns will line up to punt it away. He's on to kick it away, helping his team with field position. And the punt heads out of bounds, taking the dangerous returner out of play here. So they begin the drive here in the final 3 minutes of the half. Scanning the field, it's Klubnik. He lets it go. What a catch! He's in the clear. They bring him down, but not before an explosive play through this offense through the air.
This quarterback is very smart to understand that it doesn't always take a 20 or a 30 or 40-yard pass to make big plays. Sometimes it's just a matter of getting the ball to your athletes and letting them make plays after the catch. That's what we saw here.
It's a shotgun run call. Gets the first and still running. Tackle is finally made down at the 11-yard line. It's the 2-minute timeout. This offense running out of time to cut into this lead before the break. This offense trying to get going has put together a positive drive here in the second quarter. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. Makes the catch. Can he get in? Brought down at the 5 after the completion. Defense getting pushed back.
You see more and more offenses in college football going with 3 receivers, and the slot receiver a lot of times can become the go-to guy. He gets mismatches against either safeties, a nickelback, or a linebacker walked out, and you can take advantage of it.
Timeout called by the defense, their first of the half, as they try to make some adjustments here. Caught in the backfield. It's Moore. They bring him down short of the end zone, but this will set up a 1st and goal. And the head coach must have seen something on the field, calls timeout to talk it over with the defense. Keep it on the ground on 1st and goal. And he's in for the score. Touchdown, Tigers.
Chris, we're still early in this football game. We're in the second quarter. It's a critical touchdown to get their confidence to believe that they can come back and still win this game.
They're setting out to try the PAT. Make the extra point, cut the lead to 14-7. So after putting up the touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. Return starts from inside the 5. To be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. So the first play of the drive here coming up. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. An inside give now from the shotgun. And they'll tackle him about the 23-yard line. Second down after that run on the previous play. Back to throw. It's Manning. Grabbed by the receiver. They make the stop, but not before a solid gain that time. The drive stays alive with that completion for a first down. Off the play fake, looking to throw. And it's caught.
Wow, they get positive yards here. You have a sense that they wanted a little bit more with that pitch and catch.
Looks to his left and makes the completion. Defense wraps him up after the catch, but he's just short of a first down. Crucial third down play right here. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Caught near the sticks. It's Moore. That's enough to move the sticks and give him a first down at the 41. The Longhorns have 1st and 10 here. Here's the snap. Quarterback drops back. Taking a shot deep toward the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown, Texas.
I tell you what, in this first half, this quarterback seems to be making all the right reads and showing the accuracy that he's shown all year long. Outstanding pass, great conversion. They put 6 more on the board.
They'll try to add the lead now to the PAT. PAT is good. They're pulling ahead now, 21-7. So the offense gets momentum, scoring before halftime. Now the kickoff. We'll see if the defense can get a stop and preserve that momentum. And he takes this from inside the 5. And they've got the returner corralled. So here comes the first play of the drive. Can they do something in the final 30 seconds of the half? Trying to find room. It's Davidson. And they'll tackle him about the 23-yard line. Looks like the final play of the half coming up. He'll ride the back again here. And he'll be brought down, and that will wrap up the first half of play. The Longhorns will kick this away to begin the second half. Fielded in the end zone. It's Williams. And he's brought down at the 16. Would have been better off leaving it in the end zone for a touchback. And for the first play of the drive, they'll set up at the 16. And the ball caroms into the receiver's hands. They stop the receiver, but that's a solid gain on that play.
Chris, did they catch a break here? That ball is deflected. Zone coverage, eyes on the ball. They get their hands on it, but the offense doing a good job to somehow come down with that for a completion.
And completion makes it second and short. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. Looks like Clemson will have the first down. Offense operating at high tempo now, no huddle.
That's enough for the first down, as we've seen so many teams around the country. They get that first down and look out. They're going to go fast, and here they come. Defense has got to be clued in and be ready to play.
And that is another first down for the offense.
The shotgun running play call. 0 running room. Stopped right at the line of scrimmage. The Tigers looking to crank up the tempo a bit.
Boy, how about this defense? Just so physical against the run. These guys have not been able to do anything on the ground, and it's because of that defensive line and those linebackers taking away the run game.
Dropping back, it's Klubnik. Finds his man, it's Moore. And they do pick up first down yardage. Set up now at the 44.
This defense has got to be aware of these quick throws to these wide receivers. They're lucky he didn't come up with more yards.
How aggressive will they be on this first down play? Off the play fake, looking to throw. Lets it fly to the wideout. He makes the grab. And the gain just good enough for a first down.
Well, you wonder if the receiver adjusted his route to get closer to that first down line. Whatever he did, it works. Move the sticks.
1st and 10 now for the offense. From the shotgun, here's an inside give.
Nice job here of controlling the line of scrimmage by this offensive line. The back does what he needs to do to get positive yards on first down.
The short completion to the tight end. Finally, they get him. A great tackle by the cornerback. Not easy with that size difference. 3rd down, out of the shotgun. And the pass is complete to the tight end. That gain moves the ball to the 17, first down.
And first down for the offense.
Clemson now operating in the red zone. There's some pre-snap movement, back in motion. Grab behind the line, it's Davidson. Defense reacts quickly, a very short gain on the play. So down here in the red zone, every yard tough to find. Here is a crucial play coming up. Back to pass. It's Klubnik. Caught over the middle. It's Williams. Brought down at the 7. The completion moves him closer to the goal line. Quarterback pulls the ball. It's a keeper. They stop him behind the line. That'll set up 4th down now. So the decision is to not go for it, but settle for 3. Here comes the field goal team. Med kick right down the middle. Can't hit it any better than that. Following the field goal, the kickoff team is out there now. And here's the return from inside the 5. And he's tackled at the 21. That's when the drive will start. Offense out there to start a new drive from the 21. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. The junior able to bring him down quickly. 2nd down after that run on the previous play. Looking to throw here. It's made on the out route. And the runner scoots out of bounds after gaining some decent yardage. So from the 28-yard line, it's a 3rd and manageable here. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. He cannot escape. It's a sack.
I'll say this defense went in at halftime, made some adjustments, and they look like a different group here these first few plays.
Longhorns will line up to punt it away. And he'll kick it away now for the 2nd time. And the returner brought down by the coverage team. First play of the drive now coming up from the 29. Handoff to the back. And they'll stop him after a fairly minimal pickup. 2nd down play coming up for this offense. On the defense finally will get him down, and that sack will end the third period. So Texas has the lead, Kirk, as we break here for the quarter. We've reached the end of 3. Time is running out to cut into the lead. Let's take a look at the game sets before we move on. We're set now for the fourth quarter. Who is going to make the crucial plays to take home this W? A big play here after the break. Offense trying to convert here on third down. Looking to pass. It's Klubnik. Contact as he let the ball go. Cannot connect. Incomplete, and now fourth down. Down late, they'll keep the offense on the field trying to chip away at this lead. Fourth down, looking to throw for it. Tries to get it to the running back. Makes the catch, and that is enough for a first down. They've got him, but they convert on fourth down, and the drive keeps going.
Hey, it's a nice gain here, and they get the first down to stop the clock. But late in the game, trailing by a couple scores, these receivers have got to be thinking about getting out of bounds as often as they can to preserve that clock, to give them a real shot to come back to win it.
Offense getting set up. Here's second down. Drops back from the shotgun, looking for an open man. That's reeled in. It's Moore. Inside the 35. They make the tackle, but that's a solid gain. Moves the ball to the 34. This comes an offense moving quickly down the field. And the tight end goes in motion before the snap. Going to run it. It's Davidson. The gain is 3. Now it's second down and 7. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw it. Bringing pressure. Oh, the pass rush gets home.
Oh, really nice by the big fella there at defensive tackle. He never bought into that play-action fake and went right in for the quarterback and brought him down.
So here comes third and long. Giving up that sack has made this a real challenge for the offense. And he'll drop back here on third down. With the catch, it's Davidson. Breaks into the clear. They make the stop, but it'll be first and 10 now from the 18. And the Tigers hustle to the line to run the hurry up. Snapping it from the red zone now, looking to throw. The receiver grabs it. Brought down at the 7, but the completion moves him into scoring position. To throw, it's Klubnik. Oh, they trap him for a sack.
That's a big sack by this defense here on first down. Now, the offense still has opportunities to rectify this situation, but it's not the best way to start a first and goal situation.
This will be a challenge now. Second and goal, back at the 13. Here's the snap, looking to throw. Looking right, this one caught. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. And they cut into this lead now on third and goal. Out of the gun now on third down. Launching one to the end zone. Oh, and he dropped it. He could not hang on for a touchdown. My goodness. So here comes the kicking team on the field. They'll settle for 3. And that one's straight down the middle. Goal, the kicker out there again to boot it away. So no return here. He takes a knee in the end zone, and they'll begin the drive at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. Quarterback still with the football. Here he goes. Slides to avoid the big hit. Now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. Chewing clock with the running game. A change of direction. Nice run. He's brought down to the 44. So second and short here, exactly what you want when you try to run the clock out and secure the victory. Looks right for a quick completion. He's in the clear. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. The Longhorns getting set on 1st and 10. Will hand it off. And he will be stuffed for no gain. And now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. Short pass finds the tight end. And the defense swarms, not much of a gain on that completion. Offense comes up trying to grind down the clock and secure the W. Takes the handoff and he'll head left. First down and more. He's still running. They bring him down, but that is a crucial first down. They could just run out the clock in victory formation now. And the offense will just take a knee. Welcome, everybody, to beautiful Miami and Hard Rock Stadium, site of this year's Capital One Orange Bowl, part, of course, of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup as we'll see the number 8 team in the country, LSU Tigers, taking on the number 1 team in the land, the Texas Longhorns. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler here with Kirk Herbstreit. Let's get this thing underway. Longhorns will kick this away to start us off.
Texas.
Bringing it out, it's Brown. And they stop it at the 11, not good field position to start the drive. So the LSU Tigers offense has the football first here today. Kirk, not often these days you see a matchup as good as this between 2 elite running backs, 2 guys who are the focal point of the offense.
And talking to them this week, you know they are both hyped up to go against each other, both looking for bragging rights. Can't wait to see who ends up playing better.
Picks up 3 yards, so 2nd and 7. And now the running back's got it again. Try to run it up the middle, but get nothing. Early adversity here. They face a 3rd down in the opening possession. Looking downfield, it's Nussmeier. Taking a shot deep down the right side. And it's hauled in. Catch made way downfield. All the way to the end zone. What a run. Touchdown, LSU. That is a dream start for the offense. What an opening possession.
You know, sometimes you just want to kind of get settled into a game. These guys didn't really wait at all. They had a script. They knew exactly how to attack the defense, and it works out.
Here's the point after attempt.
Kicker on for the extra point.
PAT is good, so it's 7-0. Got momentum after scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. He's going to return it from near the goal line. And he stopped at the 20, trying to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. So Texas's offense out there for their first possession. We know this top quarterback is a confident guy, but talking to him, he's also well aware how good that edge pass rusher on the other side is.
Well, he better be ready today. He's got great skill. We know what he's capable of doing, but this will be the best defensive end that he's faced all year with that kind of pass rushing ability. So he's going to have to maneuver around in that pocket to make plays.
Solid run. They'll bring it down to the 28-yard line. Getting set. Here's 2nd down. Quick throw. Catch made on the out route. And the runner steps out of bounds, but does have enough yardage to pick up the 1st down. They'll run it out of the shotgun. They finally make the stop right near midfield. It'll be 1st down. Longhorns begin a new series here. 1st and 10. Off the play fake, looking to throw. And he finds the running back in the flat. They bring him down, but not before he gains 1st down yardage. A new set of downs after that completion. To the air, it's Manning. And he'll maybe get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. 2nd down after that previous play. On the handout, they'll test the right side here. Going absolutely nowhere. It'll be a loss on the play. They come to the line, a long way to go for the 1st down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. swarmed with a pass rush. A sack. The Longhorns will line up to boot it away. And he should be able to pin them back deep here with his first punt. And the punt lands out of bounds. Let's see exactly where they'll spot it here. So the drive will begin backed up at their own 6-yard line. Starts with a quick pass to the left off the RPO. He shows off the juking ability, but not much room to run. It's a short game. Offense getting set. It's second down. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. Oh, what a move. And he runs out of bounds. That's a big gainer there. You guys up front line up. It's first down. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Down he goes. It's a sack.
Well, the offense tries to go with the play action to slow this defense down, but they weren't buying it. They applied the pressure and came up with a sack.
So from the 21-yard line, it's now second and long. Scanning the field, it's Nussmeier. That one falls incomplete. Looking for a flag. Doesn't get it. Brings up third down. Out of the gun now on third down. He's hit as he throws it. Incomplete for a third straight play. The punt team making their way on the field. Returner is tackled by this punt coverage team. The first play of this drive now, they're set up at the 34. And looking to throw now on first down. The receiver makes the catch. And they tackle him, but not before he picks up the first. A new set of downs after that completion. Handoff here from the shotgun. And he goes nowhere. Stop cold behind the line of scrimmage. Second down play coming up. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. Slams right into a wall. They've got him for a loss. Challenging play for the offense. They face third and long here from their own 43. Out of the gun now on third down. He cannot escape. It's a sack.
They just felt that one coming. Third down and long. Those defensive linemen are in that sprinter stance. They know the offense is going to have to throw. Great job of using that athletic ability and speed to get after the quarterback to come up with that sack.
The Longhorns will bring their punt team onto the field. Looking to kick it away for the second time. It's a booming punt, showcasing the leg strength. And the punt will land in the end zone for a touchback. Here's the first play of the drive now from the 20-yard line. Quick throw to the right. It's caught. Eludes a tackle. They bring him down, but the drive has now reached the 35. LSU on top as we take a break for the quarter. And at the end of the first quarter, let's check out the stats so far. Plenty of time for some plot twists here as we begin the second quarter. Back at it to start the quarter. Offense getting set to run a first down play. Dropping back. It's Nussmeier. A deep shot to the left side. But this one is broken up. Ball's incomplete. After the incompletion, second down now from the 35. The offense with some pre-snap motion. They'll run it here. That's the running back with the ball. Solid gain on the running play. Third down now. Big throw caught on the left side. Not much after the catch, but it is good enough for a first down. And from the shotgun, an inside handoff. Again, makes it second and medium. Looking for a receiver. Pulls it in. It's Anderson. They tackle him, but the gain moves the ball to the 36. LSU getting set with a 1st and 10 now. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. They've got him, but he picks up 8 yards. Sets up a nice 2nd and 2. And the quarterback keeps it here. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. They come up 3rd and short. This is the 8th play of the drive. Out of the gun now on 3rd down. Oh, the pass rush gets home. This middle linebacker can play all over the field. That's how they bring him in the blitz, and he gets home.
Yeah, usually you think of this middle linebacker. He's kind of a sideline-to-sideline player defending the run, but here the timing and the instincts as a blitzer coming right through the middle of that offensive line, and he gets to the quarterback.
And out comes the field goal unit. They will trust the kicker here from 55 yards out. Let's see if he can get it there. Oh, and he missed it. The kick is no good. The lead remains at 7 after the miss. And now the first play of the drive. They'll begin at the 38. Looking to throw. It's Manning. Finds that big tight end for a short pass. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. Completion makes it 2nd and short. Play action fake, looking to throw. Looking for the wideout. Finds a receiver in the middle of the field. He's tackled quickly, and the yardage is good enough for the first down. From the shotgun, drops back, looking for an open man. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. Receiver brought down after a short pitch and catch. High completion makes it 2nd and medium. From the shotgun, drops back. Finds an open target on the left side. And he's run out after a big gain. The offense will be set up with a first down and goal.
Well, it's one thing to hear about how fast this receiver is in the scouting report. You look at him on film all week. The defense coordinator tells you, get ready, this guy can run. And then the reality comes, and this guy can fly. You see it again here. Nice catch.
Longhorns are going to keep this drive rolling. Caught quickly. Touchdown, Longhorns. That's how you finish a play.
This guy is a matchup problem. You put an undersized safety who can run with the tight end, and he's going to go over top of him. You put a big, strong linebacker on him, and he's going to outrun him. Just a really tough matchup, as you saw right there.
Here comes the point after attempt. And it's up and good. Kickoff team out there, they are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Returner choosing to field this one. Not much on the return. They'll stop him at the 24. Good coverage. The clock has stopped, and we've reached the 2-minute timeout before halftime. And they'll keep it on the ground. Running back has the handoff. Breaks loose at the 45. Breaks into the clear. Inside the 20. And a huge gain. They finally bring him down at the 11.
Chris, how about that? This guy is a blur with a football in his hands. He gets one block out in front of him. It seems like he's setting a new speed barrier.
This offense showing their explosive ability. One huge play, and they're set up in the red zone. Looking to throw. It's Nussmeier. Makes the grab, a chance to score. Tackled at the 2 after the completion. The defense really up against it now. Timeout is called by the defense. That's their first of the half. Quarterback will throw it off the one pass option. And he'll take it into the end zone. Touchdown, LSU.
He's been sharp on these touchdown passes today. That makes 2 for him now already. He's reading the coverage as well and making the right throws.
Try to add to the lead now with the PAT. PAT puts him in front by 7. So after putting up the touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. Fielded in the end zone. It's Gibson. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. So here we go. First play of the drive, under 2 minutes before halftime. Looking to throw it on first down. Catch made on the sideline, but they get nothing out of it. Then he'll run out of bounds after picking up a few yards on the play. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Wants to throw it. Short connection to the tight end here. And wrap him up after the completion, just short of the first down marker. They're going to throw for it on 3rd and short. Pass rush closing in. Timeout called by the defense. They'll go to the sideline and try to adjust. That's their first timeout. The Longhorns will have to kick it away. Zahn looking for a solid punt here. Look at the leg strength, a booming punt. And the returner will be brought down. It's a quarterback keeper. And the tackle is made after a 4-yard gain, so 2nd and 6. Offense stops the clock with their second timeout to talk strategy. Important second down play coming up. Looking to pass. It's Nussmeier. Hit just as he throws the ball. Offense will try to convert a 3rd and long from the 27. We'll see if the defense brings the blitz. Breaks free. Here he goes.
How about this call here on 3rd down, Chris? They go with the RPO. The quarterback makes the right read. He's able to extend this drive by getting the yards that they needed to get to the marker.
LSU getting set with a 1st and 10 coming up. And the quarterback drops back looking for an open man. Grab down the middle. It's Sharp. Really solid first down gain. He's just short of the marker, so maybe a chance here to take a downfield shot. First half here. Kevin Connors now has our halftime update.
Fellas, by the looks of things, we've had one enjoyable first half in Springfield. And a lot of coaches will say limiting the big plays and maybe hitting on a few yourself is key. But I'm more of a move the chains guy. Give me efficiency every day of the week and twice on Saturday. The offensive unit that subscribes to the less is more philosophy might be the one that leaves here today with a big fat W. It's time to throw it back to our guys in the booth to start up the second half.
And they'll kick it off to begin the second half. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. And the returner is brought down. Here's the first play of the drive. They'll set up from the 13. Gets it out quickly to the left side. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. Here's the second down play. Thrown quickly, caught in the right flat. Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. Third down play for this offense. It's an out route. The catch made. Stopped short of the 25, but it's enough to move the sticks. To throw, it's Manning. That's caught. It's Moore. Now it's second down here. Handoff from the shotgun. Going absolutely nowhere. That would be a loss on the play. Offense will try to convert a third and long from the 27. We'll see if the defense brings the blitz. Dropping back. We're going to throw for the first down. And a short pitch and catch to the tight end. And it's good for a first down to the 36. Longhorns look to keep this drive moving. On the shotgun, it's a handoff. And he goes nowhere. Stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. Running play goes backwards. Now the offense is set up at 2nd and 13. Quarterback wants to throw it on second down. With the catch, it's Moore. The defense grabs him after the completion. He's just short of a first down. They come up third and short. This is the 8th play of the drive. Can he make it to the marker? He's going to lose ground on the run. Now it's going to bring up 4th and short. Ball near midfield. No punting team. The offense is going for it. Trying for a 4th down completion. And he can't connect. The gamble doesn't pay off. From the shotgun, handoff inside.
I know this defense worked very hard at halftime to come up with answers on how to try to slow down this running back after the big first half. And he's already at it again.
It's a short completion to the big tight end. Tackle is made. It's a short gain, well short of the marker. Grab behind the line. It's Sanderson. They don't convert. In fact, he's tackled for a loss on that third down play. The decision is not to go for it on 4th down. Here comes the field goal team. He missed it. Off target that time. After the miss, it's still a 7-point lead.
Oh, off the upright there. Boy, he hit it clean. It was end over end. I thought it had a real chance, and the ball just kind of kept moving on him, and then doink, right off the upright.
Off the play fake on first down. Throws it to the right. Oh, what a grab! Heads out of bounds after a solid gain, more than enough to pick up a first down.
Boy, Chris, great timing here with the quarterback against that zone defense, waiting just at the right time to deliver it into that window to pick up a nice gain.
The offense will set up on 1st and 10. To keeper. Runs into the teeth of that defense, picks up just a couple yards. Offense getting set. Second down play here. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. Defense stops him, but that's a solid gain. So it's 3rd and short from the opponent's 28. Let's see what the play call is here. They're already in field goal range, but thinking about the end zone. QB decides to keep it here. Quarterback gets down to avoid the tackle. The offense failed earlier in a 4th down attempt. They'll try it again here. Timeout called by the defense, their first of the half, as they try to make some adjustments here. They went for it and failed on 4th down earlier. Let's see if they fare better here. The quarterback's got it on the option. He did not get it. A crucial play by this defense. What a 4th down stop. ball is handed off out of the shotgun. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Quickly behind the sticks here after the loss. 2nd down and 11. And the same runner's got it again. That run moves the ball across the 35. Offense gets set up here. It's 3rd down. Dropping back. It's Nussmeier. Looking for a man deep down the left side. Oh, and he can't quite hold on. A great chance for the first interception here today. But it's going to bring up 4th down. They'll kick it away here. Not what he was hoping for. Instead of pinning the offense deep, it's a touchback. Here's the first play of the drive now from the 20-yard line. Handoff here from the shotgun. Tackle made after a solid gain. They'll spot the ball to 31. Offense comes up to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before the quarter expires. Off the play fake, looking to throw on 1st down. Caught over the middle. It's Moore. They bring him down quickly. A short pitch and catch to get a little bit closer to the marker. It's LSU on top as we take a break for the quarter. We've reached the end of the 3rd. Time is running out to cut into this lead. Let's check out the game stats before we go on. 1 quarter to go. Let's see if this sets up as a classic finish. Offense getting set for a 2nd down here to begin the quarter. And there's the handoff. Running with purpose. He's in the clear. There's the tackle, but 1st down yardage. Longhorns come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. Defense drops him for a loss. Tougher 2nd down on the way. Quarterback operating an empty set. 2nd down, they're going to throw it. Quick completion to the tight end. They're finally able to stop him. The quarterback brings the big man down. Not easy to do with that size difference. Drops back, looking to throw for it on 3rd down. This one's going to fall incomplete. Brings up 4th down. The Longhorns will bring their punt team on the field now. The punt will bounce and head out of bounds. Takes the returner out of play. Here's the first play of the drive now. Set up at the 24. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. Slams right into a wall. They've got him for a loss. Offense behind the 6 now on 2nd and 11 after the 1-yard loss. Nice grab. It's Anderson. And the defense smothers him for no gain. Here we are late in a close game. Crucial play coming up. 3rd and long. Dropping back. It's Nussmeier. Oh, they trap him for a sack. And the punt team now on to kick it away. We'll see what he can do with the return. He's brought down, but a good effort to make something of that return. So here's the first play of the drive. They're set up at the 43. Takes the ball and heads to the left. Breaks into the clear. You make the tackle, but not before he gets all the way to the 30.
Outstanding blocking on the left side of that offensive line. That's really what opened up this play. They did their job, and you can see the results. You burst open and get a big gain on the ground. If I were them, I'd keep going to that side and see how much more success they can have.
Fresh set of downs for the offense. 1st down. Catch made on the out route. They make the tackle, but not before a solid gain on that pass. 2nd down play coming up for this offense. And the quarterback keeps it on the option. Tackle, but only after picking up a fresh set of downs. This could be a dramatic finish, marching toward a tying touchdown. It's 1st and 10. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Defense is coming after him. Dump off caught by the running back. Tackle is made, just a short gain after the completion. They'll try the ground game here with the running back. That's a nice wrap up there by the junior. The final 2 minutes here. This defense trying to hang on. The offense trying to make a play to win it. This is crucial. Defense needing a stop on third down, trying to force a field goal. Back to throw. It's Manning. Moves toward the sideline, finds the running back. They go backwards on that third down completion. Sets up a fourth down. This might be for the ball game. He's got it right near the end zone. He will score. Touchdown, Texas.
Just an unbelievable job here by this offense, getting this ball into the end zone. We're under 2 minutes to go, and guess what? We're an extra point away from a tie game.
Now here comes the point after attempt. And the PAT is up and good, and we are all tied here in the final quarter. Got momentum after scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. Doesn't bring the kick out. Touchback. They'll start at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. On the run, it's Durham. And the run moves the ball up to the 33. But crank up the tempo here with the clock ticking down. Second down. And the quarterback dropping back. Grab near the sticks. It's Anderson. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain. Great start to the drive. Back-to-back explosive plays, and now another first down. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Fires it to the wideout. Oh, he makes the catch. Timeout is called by the defense. That's their first of the half. LSU getting set for the 1st and 10 now. Behind the line, it's Anderson. Oh, great juke, and he's in the clear. Oh, and he hits out of bounds after a really nice gain there.
These undersized slot receivers can be some of the toughest guys to contain for a defense. They're quicker than they really are fast, and they're very elusive, tough to contain in these one-on-one matchups.
LSU now operating in the red zone. In the red area, it's Durham. Couldn't quite get there, brought down at the 2. And now the defense decides to spend a timeout to regroup a bit. So here comes second down now. Every play important down here in the red zone. Going absolutely nowhere. That would be a loss of the play. And now the timeout is called by the defense. They've got some things to work out here. Offense facing a third down now. They can still get a first down without scoring. Caught in the backfield. It's Durham. The defense stops him just short of the marker. That'll bring up 4th down. So they're short on 4th down, and the coach decides to trot out the field goal team. The kick is good. He knocked it right down the middle. Pandemonium here. They've taken the lead in the final seconds.
How about that? Clutch kick here for the kicker. Gives him the lead. But remember, there's still time up on the clock. This game is not over just yet.
After the late field goal, they'll kick it away. The offense a chance to tie it up if they can get into field goal position quickly. They'll return it from inside the 5. And the coverage team pins him in and brings him down. And the drive will begin backed up at their own 10-yard line. Back to pass. It's Manning. Looks to the left. Pass caught. Tackled quickly after the catch. He'll be short of the marker. Now they come up to spike it to stop the clock. Offense getting set here, needing some big plays to get into field goal range. The clock winding down. It's 3rd down. Quarterback in the shotgun. Looks left and finds his target there. Breaks clear in open space. tackle at the 35, good enough for a first down. to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup, as we'll see the #1 team in the country, the Texas Longhorns, taking on the 4th-ranked team, the Georgia Bulldogs. For EA Sports, I'm Chris Fowler, joined in the booth by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get this thing going. Kick this away to get us going here. And he'll just take a knee. Drive will start at the 25-yard line. The Longhorns will get the first crack on offense today. And each offense features a star tight end. Kirk, what an elite matchup of guys who can really hurt defenses in a variety of ways.
When was the last time we did a game where we were excited to watch 2 tight ends from opposing teams go against each other? But that's what we have today. Both of these guys are elite at their position. Both want to have bragging rights that they're the best in the country. Let's see who can be showcased better today.
Some strong run defense there makes it 2nd and 10 now from the 25. To throw, it's Manning. Here's a throw underneath to the tight end. Runner scoots out of bounds after gaining decent yards.
I think it's important to kind of let your quarterback get into a rhythm early in the game. Sure, you'd love to see the big gains, but plays like this allow the quarterback to get settled into the game, find his rhythm, and then he can make the bigger plays later on.
Going to pick up the 3rd and short through the air. Looks to the left, and it's complete. And that will pick up the first down. They'll spot it at 38. Longhorns come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. First down. We're going to throw the football. Fires it to the wideout. He's got it in the open. And he runs out of bounds. That's a big gainer there.
This quarterback and this receiver are a matchup that's tough for any defense to match up with. If I'm the defensive coordinator, I got to start thinking about cheating a safety over against this guy to slow him down and not allow him to have such a big day.
Longhorns look to keep this drive moving. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. They've got him after a 7-yard gain, so 2nd and 3. Here's a quick throw off the play fake. They bring him down to the 13. This offense really threatening now to score on first down. The Longhorns looking to cash in the red zone. The shotgun handoff here. Nowhere to run. They'll corral him for no gain. Coming to the line on 2nd down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man. Pass not complete. Here comes the 8th play of the opening drive, but now it's 3rd down. To the air, it's Manning. And that pass is way off the mark. Not sure who he meant to throw that ball to. So they'll settle for a field goal attempt here. Knocks that one right down the middle. So we have our first points on the board. That makes it 3-0. Come away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. Fields it just outside the goal line. And he stopped at the 20, trying to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. The Bulldogs offense gets their first crack now. They will go up against a secondary, Kirk, that talks about the no-fly zone. These guys are confident in their ability to just lock down wide receivers and take away the opponent's passing game.
It seems like every year in college football, there's secondaries around the country that want to brag that they have the best group of defense.
Here he goes. He has first down yardage at the 46.
Well, here's a quarterback that just takes control for himself. Picking up some nice yards when nothing else is there. This guy's a real threat.
Big chunk gain in the first play of the drive sets him up near midfield in 1st and 10. There's contact on the throw. Good throw. The catch is made. Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play. First down here for this offense. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Lucky for the junior quarterback that didn't get picked off. Completion makes it 2nd down. Play fake, looking to throw the football. Swarmed by the pass rush. He's sacked.
Well, they're making this offensive line really think and communicate. Bringing different blitzes. This time the outside linebacker gets to the quarterback and comes up with a big sack for the D.
So here comes 3rd and long, trying to overcome that sack. This is going to be really difficult. Now in 3rd and very long, looking to throw. Looking deep down the left side. Nice grab there. Would be enough for a first down, but they say he was out of bounds. Bring up 4th down. And at 4th down, they'll punt it away here. And he punts it out of bounds, so no return. And the first play of the drive now set up at the 27. Now begin with a quick throw to the left.
Any good offense has to have a reliable, quick to intermediate passing game. Even though that wasn't enough for the first down, it's plays like this that help you to sustain drives and not get stuck with 3rd down and long.
Offense getting set up. Here's 2nd down. Using the ground game here. Tailback has the handoff. Tackled at the 40. That'll earn a fresh set of downs. See what the call is on 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. Going to try to run inside, but nowhere to go. Okay, set. Here's 2nd down. Back goes in motion now. Let's see how the defense adjusts. Looking for his big tight end. He makes the grab. That's a big gain before he goes out of bounds. It'll move the sticks. More than enough for a first down. Looking downfield. It's Manning. Receiver makes the catch. They bring him down after a short gain there. 2nd down after that previous play. He'll hand it off. Longhorns are moving quickly down the field. 1st and 10 play coming up. And now the handoff. Finding enough space for a solid gain before they stop.
It's not a huge gain here, but if you add up multiple runs like that throughout the course of a game, by the 4th quarter, you're going to start to see that affect the defense.
Offense coming to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before we reach the end of the quarter. They'll hand it off. And they get him down to wrap up the first period of play. So Texas has the lead, Kirk, as we break here for the quarter. Let's check out the stats now through the opening period. They flipped ends of the field. We're ready now for the 2nd period. We begin the quarter with a crucial play. Offense setting up for this 3rd down. Try and muscle for the first down. Longhorns will try to keep this drive moving. First set of downs. It's 1st and 10. Keeps it on the draw. Jukes to get free. The tackle is made. The offense is now set up with a 1st and goal from the 8.
That is 2 consecutive runs for first downs. Give credit to the offensive line in this back, really getting into a rhythm, and they got this defense on its heels.
The Longhorns will line up here on 1st down and goal. They'll try to run it in on 1st and goal. Stop right there at the line. No gain. So from the 9-yard line, 2nd and goal. Scanning the field. It's Manning. Makes the grab on the move.
Well, that completion gets him a little closer. Quick decisions needed here, especially with 3rd down coming up.
Trying to throw for it on 3rd and goal. Looking for 6. And the pass is incomplete just across the goal line. And here comes the field goal unit onto the field. He was successful on his first attempt. This one, a chip shot from 25 yards out. The field goal is good. So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. Return starts from inside the 5. He's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Offense out there to start a new drive on the 21. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. And he dumps it off to the tight end. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. 2nd down after that completion. Quarterback keeps the football. And this one goes nowhere. Lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. They're backed up here, trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. Dropping back, looking to throw for the 1st down. A deep shot to the left side. And it's hauled in. What a catch. Tackle made quickly, but a big chunk play for this offense through the air.
Wait, good job here by the quarterback taking advantage of the receiver's height. A big game by this offense, and give it all the credit to the quarterback putting the ball up in the air where his taller receiver could go up over the defensive back and make a play on the ball.
Back to throw. It's Stockton. Moves out of the pocket. And this time the defense is all over the quarterback run. They bring him down short of the mark. Offense getting set. It's 2nd down. On the ground, it's Frazier. That's the spin move. They tackle him. Looks like it's going to be just short of the mark, inches away. And 3rd and short, try to pick it up on the ground. Didn't get there. Defense comes up with a 3rd down stop. So on 4th down, the decision is to trot out the field goal team. And he's made it from 50 yards out, showing off the deep range. Following the field goal, the kickoff team is out there now. Well, he thought about coming out, but instead takes in knee and will bring the football to the 25-yard line. So the first play of the drive coming up here, under 3 minutes to play before half. 1st down, looking to throw the ball. Looks like he's going to run it. Breaking free at the 35. He'll avoid the big hit at the side.
Man, this quarterback can play the game. He can throw, and as we see here, he can run the football. The defense does everything that they need to with the pressure. They look like they're in good position to be able to come up with a nice play on him, but instead, he shows how he can slip out of the back door of this defense and pick up a nice gain.
So 2nd down after the incompletion. Quarterback pulls the ball. It's a keeper. The junior able to bring him down quickly. Now it's 3rd and long for this offense. Football right at midfield. Dropping back. We're going to throw for the 1st down. Oh, he can't connect with the wideout that time. Incomplete. Longhorns will send their punt team onto the field. This is away. A very good kick. High and toward the sideline. Kicked it too far. It lands in the end zone for a touchback. Here's the first play of the drive now from the 20-yard line. Quarterback still with the football. They make the tackle there, but a penalty marker is on the field. Let's see what that's about.
Offside. Defense.
Pretty easy call for the head coach. He will accept that penalty, of course. Gift to the offense with the offsides makes it 1st and 5. Dropping back, it's Stockton. Pulls it in. It's Frazier. They'll stop with the 34. That will be a 1st down. The Dogs will hustle to the line to crank the tempo. Here comes a 1st down pass attempt. The sure hands. It's Thomas. And the defense swarms. Not much of a gain on that completion. Looking to pass here on 2nd down. Looking for his big tight end. What a catch! They make the stop, and it's a big play with 31.
That's one way to be able to move the football up the field in a hurry. These are the types of plays that can really galvanize an offense.
The offense finally producing here. Sets up a 1st and 10. From the gun, he looks for an open man. Tries to avoid the rush and just gets rid of it. And he'll just throw it away to avoid the sack. 2nd down play coming up. Offense looking to throw the ball. Oh, it's incomplete. It was right in his hands and he dropped it. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this 3rd down. He's running out of time here. Oh, down he goes. It's a sack. Out comes the field goal team to give it a shot. This is a long way out. They're going to trust the kicker from 56 yards out. Let's see if he's got the distance. And it's good from 56 yards. Meadows going to wrap up the 1st half here. Let's kick it now to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
Fellas, many thanks. Happy to provide a break in the action to kind of pour over exactly what has transpired so far. And that defense has to feel like it just played about as close to a perfect 1st half as it can play. And who am I to argue? I mean, check out that scoreboard. Bone-crushing hits and an airtight secondary. Feels like they have 12, 13 dudes out there against that offense, which needs a real pick-me-up and fast. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to watch this one unfold. Back to our guys in the booth.
Longhorns will kick it deep to begin the 2nd half. Turner trying to create good field position. To be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the first play of the drive now coming up from the 17-yard line. Play action here on 1st down. Grab down the middle. It's Branch. They stop him after a 6-yard gain. So 2nd and 4. From the shotgun now. Here's an inside give. The defense all over it. They stop him right at the line. One of those critical 3rd down plays coming up. Back to pass. It's Stockton. Quarterback finds an open target on the left side. Moves the ball to the 37 for a 1st down. The Bulldogs come to the line to set a fresh set of downs. Quarterback will throw this out of the RPO. He's brought down quickly as short gain gets them a few yards closer to the marker. They look to throw it here on 2nd down. Running back grabs it on a screen. And it'll be smothered right at the line for no gain. The offense facing a tough conversion here. 3rd and long from the 42. Looking to chuck it again. Caught over the middle. It's Thomas. They make the stop just short of the marker. It's going to be 4th down and inches to go. And they'll kick it away here. And the punt will bounce and roll out of bounds. Here's the first play of the drive now. They're backed up at their own 14. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. Spinning out of the tackle. Has the 1st down and more. Tackle made, but it moves the ball to the 25 as they try to get this drive going. And it's a bunch formation. Again, thrown out of the RPO, and it's complete. They stop him after a short gain. It's not a first down. They're going to run it here. Zero running room. Stop right at the line of scrimmage. Offense facing a 3rd and long from the 28. Got to have your pass protection in order on this play. Dropping back. They're going to throw for the first down. Grab down the middle. It's Moore. Tackle's made, but not before he makes the 43-yard line. This drive is going now. Here's the handoff on a counter. He's in the clear. Here he goes. They get him to the ground, but an explosive running play there.
Chris, that's a combination of really good blocking and outstanding patience by the back. He waited and used his vision and patience to allow that play to open up and then accelerated through the hole to give him that huge gain.
That's an important first down on that running play. Trying to flex the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff. Second down after that run on the previous play. And the back now goes in motion. Looking to pass. It's Manning. Short throw. Running back makes the catch behind the line of scrimmage. Well executed. He finds space and gets the first down yardage. Pump over the middle. It's Moore. They make the tackle, but that pass creates a solid gain. Here comes a crucial second down play. Every yard tough to find down here in the red zone. He keeps it. QB draw. And he goes nowhere. Stop pull behind the line of scrimmage. They face a 3rd and short on the 9th play of this drive. A quick throw out left, complete. And he will be stuffed for no gain. It's a field goal attempt coming up now. And it sails right through the middle of the uprights. Solid kick. So after the field goal, the kicker out there again to boot it away. And he takes this from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 20, trying to make something happen. That's good coverage there. Here's the first play of the drive now from the 20-yard line. On first down, it's play action. And looking for a big play here. It's caught inside the 30, still on his feet. Touchdown, Georgia. And that will give them the lead now.
That's just great execution by this offense. The quarterback needs time on that post route. And I'm impressed by this receiver. I didn't know if he'd be able to get clear on that post, but he does. Lined up on the right side. The quarterback and he have worked on this all week to be able to find that route and that timing. This time they hit it for a touchdown.
Lining up to try the extra point. The extra point makes it a 4-point game. Kickoff team out there, they are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. He thought about returning it, but instead takes a knee. It'll be a touchback, and they'll start at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. They're going to run it. The gain is 2 yards, so it's 2nd and 8. Offense comes up 2nd and 8. That running game not producing much on the first down play. To throw, it's Manning. Caught by the receiver. Tackle is made, but not before he makes the 43-yard line. This drive is going now. Completion good for first down yardage for this offense. And the quarterback looking to make a play through the air. That's caught. It's Moore. And he's shoved out of bounds by the defense short of the first down marker. The offense will line up. Chance for a couple more plays before the end of the quarter. Pass clock. He's brought down after a short gain. That's not going to be first down yardage. Quarterback in the shotgun here on third down. He's got a man down the middle. They finally make the tackle, but that's a huge chunk play to wrap up this third quarter. Well, Kirk, it's Georgia on top so far, sitting in pretty good position as we wrap up the third quarter. Let's check out the game stats so far. We're set now for the fourth quarter. Who's going to make the crucial plays to take home this W? So here we go. First play of the quarter. The offense has a first down. And the quarterback keeps it here. They tackle him behind the line, a loss of 4. Didn't expect to lose 4 on the first down run. Set up now 2nd and 14. A play action, looking to throw. Catch made on the left side. Here we go, 3rd and short on the 7th play of this drive. They'll try to run for the first down. And he is denied on 3rd and 1. Great defense. Here we go, down 1 score. They're going to go for it on 4th down. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. Breaks into the clear. They bring him down, but a solid run there by the sophomore. It's 1st and goal. Can they punch it in and take the lead? They'll try the option play here. Pitch play to the back. And he's brought down there.
And the defense is all over the option on this play. That play didn't have a chance from the beginning.
Off play action. He's looking to throw. They pressure him and sack him with a tackle inside the 10.
Man, the defense comes up with a big play here, backed up close to their own goal line. But as an offensive coordinator, you're inside that 3-yard line at 2nd and goal. If you're going to throw the ball, man, the ball has got to get out of that quarterback's hands quickly and not give the defense a chance to get after him and bring him down for a sack.
The offense still looking for their first touchdown this game. Line up on 3rd and goal now. Looking downfield, it's Manning. Makes the catch. Can he get in? Touchdown, Longhorns. And they take the lead here in the 4th quarter.
What a great call here by the offensive coordinator to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly. And even though you're close to the end zone, you can still throw it and use the timing to your advantage. Allow this receiver to be able to walk into the end zone.
Now the try for the point after to make it a 3-point game. And the kick is good. A 3-point game now in the 4th quarter. It's all up to the defense. So after putting up a touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. So it'll be a touchback. Ball spotted at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. Grab down the middle. It's Thomas. They stop the receiver, but that's a solid gain on that play. That completion makes it 2nd and short. Fakes the handoff here, looking to throw it. Caught over the middle. It's Branch. That'll pick up first down yardage very near the 40. A new set of downs after that completion. Gonna run it. It's Frazier. That's a nice wrap-up there by the junior. 2nd down after that run on the previous play. There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball. Grab down the middle. It's Thomas. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. Here we go. Crucial play coming up. It's 3rd down and 3. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. That one is incomplete. The defender was right there, and it brings up 4th down now. Dogs will bring their punt team onto the field. Trying to kick it away, helping his team with field position. And the kick angles out of bounds, so no return possible here. So So the drive begins here, backed up at their own 9. Grinding away on the ground. It's a 1-yard gain, 2nd and 9 coming up. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. They'll try and run it. Here's the running back. He's in the clear. Now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. This line getting set up. It's a first-down play. Handoff here from the shotgun. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. To the air, it's Manning. Receiver makes the grab. Defense reacts quickly, a very short gain on the play. So the clock stops as we head into the final 2 minutes of play here. This defense needing to step up and make a play now. They mix it up with a run. As the first down is still going. They've got him down, but the offense gets the first down they needed to just run the clock out. There's the snap, and he just takes a knee. to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup, as we'll see the #1 team in the country, the Texas Longhorns, taking on the third-ranked team, the Ohio State Buckeyes. For EA Sports College Football, Chris Fowler, joined as always by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get right to the action. The Buckeyes will kick this deep to get us going. And here's the return from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. The Longhorns offense making their way on the field today. And the reason why this is one of the games in the league is you got a receiving core that's just been lighting people up. So hard to stop collectively, but they're running into an elite defense that's filled with confidence too, Kurt.
Yeah, Chris, I'm going to turn it around a little bit and talk about, I think, the offensive line. We know what the receivers can do. Will the quarter...
Here he goes. He brings it down, but he reaches the 30-yard line. The guys up front will line up. It's first down. Scanning the field, it's Manning. Quick throw, catch made on the out route. Brought down, but broke a tackle to produce a solid gain there. The completion makes it second and short. Quick throw, that's an RPO caught on the left side. And you're maybe getting back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. Off the play fake, looking to pass it. Short throw complete to the tight end. The Longhorns turn out another first down. A solid drive in the making here. First down at their own 43. He cannot escape. It's a sack.
I mean, that's just being a difference maker up front. You look at that uniform, you think over the years with Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa, and Chase Young, and so many great defensive linemen. And this guy right here is showing you he's got some of the similar skill set as some of those greats.
Second and long for this offense after the sack. There's the snap. Quarterback setting up the throw. They've got him. Again, he couldn't escape.
Well, this is what happens when you get behind the chains, Chris. Is people like to say this is an obvious passing situation. It's really hard to vary things up and confuse the defense. This time the defensive line just came right in, expecting the pass, and blew up the play.
So here comes third and long. Giving up that sack has made this a real challenge for the offense. Looking to throw it on third and very long. Oh, they get him again.
Love the aggressive mindset from this defensive coordinator. Third down and long. Why not bring the blitz? Roll the dice. Play a little man coverage on the back end. Hope you get there before the quarterback can make you pay for it, and then come up with a sack.
Longhorns will have to kick this away. That's just the first punt for this offense tonight. Fielded near the 20. And the coverage team able to bring the returner to the ground. So Ohio State's offense comes out for their first possession today. They will go up against a secondary, Kirk, that talks about the no-fly zone. These guys are confident in their ability to just lock down wide receivers and take away the opponent's passing game.
Seems like every year in college football, there's secondaries around the country that want to brag that they have the best group of defensive backs. I think this defense and this secondary specifically has a very strong case with what they have to work with. The question I have is, how will the offense consistently move the ball against this group today?
They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. Offense looking to convert on third and short from the 42. Can they make the yardage or face a tricky fourth down decision? So on their first drive of the game, they'll go for it in their own territory. Fourth down. He's throwing for it. Finds his receiver. That's enough for the first down. And he moves the ball across midfield and picks up a first down. Buckeyes come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. Finds his man. It's Smith. They get him down quickly. Not much of a gain on that completion. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Off the play fake, he'll look to throw it, but they don't make the connection. That one is incomplete. And here comes play number 6 on this drive. Dropping back, it's Sayin. Looking deep down the right side. Oh, and it's dropped right off his hands. A chance for a big play, but little early nerves on the part of that receiver. And on fourth down, the punter sends it away. Punt goes out of bounds. Looks like they'll spot it near the 15. Here's the first play of the drive now, backed up at the 15. And looking to throw now on first down. Here's a screen pass to the running back. Breaking tackles.
Hey, they get some positive yards here, but just from sitting up here looking down, Chris, you kind of have a sense that they wanted a little bit more on that play.
Quarterback looking to throw it on second down. On the run here. Lets it go. And it's incomplete. He just missed his target, overthrowing it. Interesting play call here. 3rd and short inside their own 20. They want to get this drive going, or a punt could give the opponent excellent field position. Throws the ball away, but not before taking a hit. Long numbers will have to punt this one away. And he'll kick it away now for the second time. And the returner is tackled by this punt coverage team. And they'll start the drive here from the 23-yard line. Off the play fake on first down. Pressure is coming. It's incomplete. He was hit as he threw. Good pass rush there on first down. Offense lines up for a second down play off the incompletion. He's looking to throw. It's a screen pass complete to the running back. They make the tackle, but not before a solid gain on that pass. So ball at the 30. This is a manageable third down play for the offense. Looking to throw. It's Sayin. Running out of time in the pocket. Oh, the pass rush gets home. The Buckeyes will send the punt team onto the field. They're going to kick it away for the second time. And that sets up a return. And the coverage team makes the stop on this return. Here's the first play of the drive. We'll start at the 28. Off the play fake, looking to throw on first down. The tight end has got it. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain. Offense comes up to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before the quarter expires. Quick throw complete to the tight end. Defense will make the stop, and what will probably be the final play of this opening quarter. So, Kirk, we reached the end of one. So far, a defensive stalemate here in the early stats illustrating the story. Getting set here now for the second period. Both offenses looking for some efficiency, for a spark after that opening quarter. Here we go. First play of the quarter. Offense setting up for a second down play. It's an out route. The catch made. And he'll be taken down, but a penalty flag on the field.
Pass interference. Offense.
Got pass interference, but this time it's on the offense. Important second down play coming up. Throwing off play action. Quick throw to his receiver. Wide open downfield. They make the tackle, but not before he reaches the 37.
I I love how this quarterback is finding this slot receiver. Not only is he tough to handle, but it's what he's doing after the catch. He has such wiggle and quickness. He's tough to bring down, and you see more positive yards after the catch here.
This offense has gotten going at long last. It's another 1st and 10. The shotgun running play call. Gets the first and still running. They bring him down, but that's enough to move this offense into the red zone with a 1st down to 17. Here comes a throw from the red zone. Grabbed by the receiver. And the defense swarms. Not much of a gain on that completion. So down here in the red zone, every yard tough to find. Here is a crucial play coming up. He hands it off from the gun. Runner finally brought down, but at the 5-yard line, defense getting pushed back here.
And that's a good, nice, crisp run for a 1st down. Don't forget, good blocking up front by the big fellas. And this running back, he just seems to have a nose for that 1st down marker. A few more runs like this, and he's going to be getting into a rhythm for sure.
Snags the quick throw. Touchdown, Texas. Great connection there for 6 points.
Chris, is a great touchdown by the quarterback and receiver, but I just can't help but think this is why defensive coordinators work so hard on the pursuit drill. Better effort from the collective defense might have prevented that from being a touchdown.
Now to try here for the extra point. And it's 7-0 after the PAT. Got momentum after scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. And the return starts just inside the end zone. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. And for the first play of the drive, they'll set up at the 16. Looking to throw. It's Sayin. That one falls incomplete. Good defensive play. Brings up 2nd down. Quarterback drops back. That's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact. No flag. Brings up 3rd down. They come to the line. A long way to go for the 1st down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. Scrambling. Now he'll make the throw. Oh, he misfires again. 3 in a row. The Buckeyes will line up to punt it away. Looking to flip the field here. And it's taken right around the 35. Returner tackle right there. That's when they'll start the drive. So they begin the drive here in the final 3 minutes of the half. Lets it go quickly. Makes the catch downfield. He's brought down, but the game moves the ball to the 39. 1st down and 10 now. There's the handoff. And the defense smothers him for no gain. Here's the 2nd down play. Looking for a man. Gets made on the out route. Defense makes the stop very close to a 1st down. The important 3rd down play coming up. They pick up the first on the ground. Quick spin on the run. They bring him down at the 11, but it'll be 1st down from there. The Longhorns pick up enough yardage to get a fresh set of downs. On 1st down, they'll keep the running game churning. The junior able to bring him down quickly. It's the 2-minute timeout. Nice to have a close game here as we approach the half. Back to pass. It's Manning. The pocket breaking down. He makes the grab in the end zone. Touchdown, Longhorns.
Well, that's his 2nd touchdown catch already in just the 1st half. You can guarantee the coach on the other side is trying to make every adjustment he can to slow this guy down.
They'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. With the PAT, they take a 14-0 lead. kickoff team out there, they are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. He's going to return it from near the goal line. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. So the first play of the drive here coming up. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. And the tight end goes in motion before the snap. Trying to find some room. It's Peoples. They'll tackle him right at the 25-yard line. They'll have to hurry now. Second down with the clock ticking. From the shotgun, he's probing the secondary. Grab behind the line. It's Peoples. They bring him down, but the drive has now reached the 35. So it's a first down here. The clock is stopped temporarily, but they'll get to the line quickly. Here's the snap. Looking to throw here. The short hands. It's Tate. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. Buckeyes will hustle to the line here to run the hurry up. Quarterback looking to pass here on second down. He's going to take off here. Slides down to avoid the tackle. And a timeout is called to talk strategy. Close game here as we approach halftime. They come to the line on third down, trying to keep this drive going. Can the defense get a stop here? Can he get there on the ground? He is stopped cold on 3rd and inches. And now the defense will call a timeout before this critical down, just to get everybody on the same page. And at 4th down, they'll punt it away here. And that punt carries into the end zone, so a touchback. To the air, it's Manning. The receiver makes the catch. Now it's second down here. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver. Makes the catch. It's Moore. The offense will quickly spend a timeout here after the play. Back-to-back chunk plays to begin the drive. The defense on their heels.
The receiver does all the work here. Man, that is easy living for this quarterback. Really good footwork by the receiver. Gets the separation. And at that point, it's just pitch and catch for the quarterback.
They make the tackle, but that pass creates a solid gain. The offense spends their final timeout of the half here to talk strategy. Offense getting set. Second down play here. And he drops back in the gun. Pass complete on the crosser. That's a solid gain. Moves the football inside the 40. 1st and 10. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. Pass caught. And he's brought down after a big first down gain. It's second and short. Maybe an opportunity, Kirk, to take a shot here. And that will do it for the first half here. Kevin Connors now has our halftime update.
Thanks, guys. Looks like we've had ourselves a really entertaining first half. And there's no more fitting place to begin than with this stud receiver and how he's dominated the first half. Some guys have the ability to elude and evade. This young man is a true 3-level threat. Short passes, the intermediate game, and then the deep ball. He is a problem, and I don't think this defense has the solution. It's time to throw it back to our guys in the booth to start up the second half.
The Longhorns will kick this away to begin the second half. He's going to bring this out a few yards deep in the end zone. And he's brought down at the 16. Would have been better off leaving it in the end zone for a touchback. And for the first play of the drive, they'll set up at the 16. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. Running play goes backwards, makes it second down and 12 now. Dropping back, it's Sayant. He's got it with room to run. They finally get him down, but it's a chunk play through the air.
Boy, what a big-time play here by this wide receiver. You know, sometimes, Chris, I wonder if Woody Hayes would be enjoying this modern passing attack from his Buckeyes. And I'd like to think that winning would outweigh any concerns he may have about that ball being in the air so often.
Fresh set of downs for the offense. First down. Quarterback keeps the football. Quarterback gets down to avoid the big hit.
It's a nice game by this offense. This quarterback has such a good feel for running the option. Whether it's handing it, keeping it himself, or pitching it, puts a lot of pressure on the discipline of this defense.
Second down after that run on the previous play. There's the snap. They'll set up to throw. Makes a quick catch. Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. Urgency now for the offense that hates to come up empty on this drive, down multiple scores. They stop him behind the line. That's going to set up fourth down and short. The Buckeyes will have to kick it away. He's getting a workout here. It's his 5th punt of the night. And he gets it away, a directional kick with pretty good distance. And they'll set up a good 26 for the first play of this drive. They'll run it from the gun. It's good for a 3-yard gain, so 2nd and 7. Wideout's now clustered. Quarterback wants to throw it on 2nd down. It's a short completion to the tight end. Tackle is made. That's a short gain, well short of the marker. Can't hold on. Good defensive play. Brings up a 4th down. Longhorns bring their punt team onto the field. He was hoping that would check up, but a big bounce sends it into the end zone for a touchback. Here comes the Buckeye offense onto the field. The last drive stalled. They were forced to punt it away. Let's see what they can come up with this time. Short pass finds the tight end. The tackle is made, just a short gain after the completion. And he keeps it. Moves the ball out across the 30. That's good for a first down. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. On first down, why not keep it on the ground? A gain of 2 yards. Now it's 2nd down and 8. Over the middle, it's Tate. And he's brought down, but he does have enough for the first down. The Buckeyes pick up enough yardage to keep this drive rolling. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. Got the first down and still motoring. And the sophomore brought down after an excellent run. This offense has been struggling, still scoreless, but on the move now with a 1st and 10. Finds that big tight end for a short pass. Receiver brought down after a short pitch and catch. This is the 6th play on the drive. Back to throw. It's Sayin. It's a quick grab. Ball carrier heads out of bounds, but the pickup is good enough to move the chains. First down. And the motion by the back now forces the defense to adjust. Receiver grabs it. He'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Buckeyes come to the line to set a fresh set of downs. Looking to throw it on first down. Bringing pressure. Pass caught. Can he get in? And he's in. Touchdown, Ohio State. Set up for the PAT. PAT up and good to get a little bit closer. So after putting up the touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. Offense out there for the first play of this drive from the 18. Quick throw, catch made on the out route. Runner scoots out of bounds after gaining decent yards. Second down play coming up. Quick throw caught on the left side. That's a nice wrap up there by the junior. Offense looking to convert on 3rd and short from the 27. And the quarterback keeps it on the option. Breaks into the clear. He'll head out of bounds after a solid gain on that run. A reversing be again on 1st and 10. Keeping it on the ground here. Finally make the tackle, but not before he crosses midfield. First down with a 44.
Nothing better than an offense on first down to be able to pick up big positive yards like that. You can either keep giving it to the back, or it can set up play action and get the defense to come up to the line of scrimmage, and you can throw it over top of them.
So Texas has the lead, Kirk, as we break here for the quarter. We've reached the end of the third. Time is running out to cut into this lead. Let's check out the game stats before we go on. One quarter to go. Let's see if this sets up as a classic finish. Back at it to start the quarter. Offense getting set to run a first down play. One back in the backfield, and he'll get the carry. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Offense behind the 6 now on 2nd and 11 after the 1-yard loss. To throw, it's Manning. It's an out route, the catch made. And heads out of bounds after a decent gain. The 6th play of the drive coming up. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. Running back has it on a screen now. That's big. They convert on 3rd and set him up first down from the 32. It's a 1st and 10 play coming up for the offense. From the shotgun now, here's a handoff inside.
And I like the run play here. And offensively, at this point in the game, you want to remain in that attack mode first, while also staying in bounds and working that clock.
The pass rush closing in. Oh, they trap him for a sack.
Well, today's middle linebacker has to have the ability to cover, to be able to be a great run stuffer. Also, the ability to blitz and get after the quarterback. There's an example of it right there. These guys are becoming more and more athletic every year in college football.
So here comes 3rd and long, trying to overcome that sack. This is going to be really difficult. Now on 3rd and very long, looking to throw. He's looking deep down the middle. It's dropped. Would have been a big play, but he could not hold on. So on 4th down, it's an all-important field goal attempt. Hold your breath here. Oh, and he's off target. It's no good. And the lead remains at 7 after the miss. And now the first play of the drive. They'll begin at the 38. Here comes a first down pass attempt. The pass is caught. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. That completion makes it 2nd down. Movement here from the tight end. Play fake, looking to throw. Short connection to the tight end here. Heads out of bounds as a short gain on the play. Here we go, 3rd down and 1. Gut check time on both sides. Quarterback pulls the ball. It's a keeper. Defense stuffs him right there. No gain. 4th down coming up. The Buckeyes will line up to punt it away. He's on to boot it away now. That one lands and bounces out of bounds. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. Pounding away with the run game. A juke to man, but not much room to maneuver. Stopped after a small gain. 2nd down after that run on the previous play. Takes the ball and heads to the left side. Slams right into a wall. They've got him for a loss. And now Now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. To throw, it's Manning. Makes a quick grab. They tackle him, but not before he makes the 45, a solid gain. Defense spends their second timeout to try to regroup. The Longhorns begin a new series here, 1st and 10. They keep guessing with a run. Nowhere to run on that play. They've got him in the backfield. That's a loss of a yard. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. Back now goes in motion. Defense will have to adjust. Quickly. They get him down, but he crosses midfield, spot the ball at the 44. We'll head to the 2-minute timeout as this offense tries to work the clock and preserve this lead. And the offense just takes a knee here. Time winding down. This offense comes to the line trying to bleed out the clock. And the single back takes the handoff. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. So the job is simple here. Just take a knee, run out the clock, and begin the celebration.
Number 19, on to kick it away.
And they'll kick it away here. And the punt will go out of bounds, taking the returner out of play. And they'll set up at the 26 for the first play of this drive. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Taking a deep shot here late in the game. Catch made down inside the 10. Tackle is made, but the gain sets the offense up. 1st and goal from the 9. to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup, as we'll see the #1 team in the country, the Texas Longhorns, taking on the 4th-ranked team, the Georgia Bulldogs. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler here with Kirk Hermstreet. Let's get this thing underway. So no return here. He takes it in the end zone, and they'll begin the drive at the 25. The Texas Longhorns offense will have the football first here. They will go up against a secondary, Kirk, that talks about the no-fly zone. These guys are confident in their ability to just lock down wide receivers and take away the opponent's passing game.
Seems like every year in college football, there's secondaries around the country that want to brag that they have the best group of defensive backs. I think this defense and this secondary specifically has a very strong case with what they have to work with. The question I have is, how will the offense consistently move the ball against this group today?
They stop him after a short gain. It's not a first down. In this opening possession, they'll face a 3rd down and 5. Looking to pass, it's Manning. That one is incomplete. The defender was right there, and it brings up 4th down now. Longhorns will line up to kick it away. This will be the first punt tonight for this offense. That takes a big bounce and rolls all the way into the end zone for a touchback. So Georgia's offense out there for their first possession. And each offense features a star tight end, Kirk. What an elite matchup of guys who can really hurt defenses in a variety of ways.
When was the last time we did a game where we were excited to watch 2 tight ends from opposing teams go against each other? But that's what we have today. Both of these guys are elite at their position. Both want to have bragging rights that they're the best in the country. Let's see who can be showcased better today.
Offense getting set. It's 2nd down. And he'll set up to throw. Caught near the sideline, but just a short gain. So the offense faces a 3rd and manageable here from the 25-yard line. And a short pitch and catch to the tight end. Tackled at the 32. That's enough for a first down.
Great execution on the RPO. Quarterback does a nice job as he's putting the ball into the belly of the back, making sure to read his key. This defense was determined. They came up to stop the run. Quarterback saw it, pulled it out, hit the quick slant right behind it for some great yards.
First down, looking to throw the ball. It's a short completion to the big tight end. They bring him down quickly, a short pitch and catch to get a little bit closer to the marker. Quarterback still with the football. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Offense sets the formation. It's 3rd down. Out of the gun now on 3rd down. Lets it fly to the wideout. Oh, incomplete. He's very lucky that wasn't intercepted here on the opening possession. I'd like to have that one back. It's going to bring up 4th down. And they'll kick it away here. Ball lands right at the 1-yard line and bounces into the end zone for a touchback. Here's the first play of the drive now from the 20-yard line. They start the drive with a quick throw to the left side. Tackle made after a solid gain to spot the ball for 31. 1st and 10 now for the offense. Dropping back, it's Manning. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. He's brought down after a short gain. That's not going to be first down yardage. 2nd down, looking to throw it. He finds the running back in the flat. And he heads out of bounds after gaining a few yards. The offense now looking at a 3rd and short from their own 40, trying to keep this drive going. It's a quarterback keeper. Hits into space at the 50. They drag him down after a big game. Ball moved all the way to the 38.
Boy, this offense does such a great job of putting the threat of the quarterback and the running back on this defense. It puts the defense in a tough spot because it's really hard to take both away. This time, the quarterback gets out and shows you the speed he has as well.
Shotgun formation. Here's an inside give. That's a nice tackle there by the senior. They'll run this play from the pistol formation. Fakes the handoff, looking to throw. Catch made across the middle by the running back. And they wrap him up, but the gain is good enough for a first down.
Once you can establish the run game, the play action is so effective. Those linebackers' eyes get caught up on the run, and you pull the ball, and you've got open targets behind him. That's a great example of using the run game to set up your play action.
First down, looking to throw the football. Physical defending, that one falls incomplete. Brings up second down. Offense moving to a bunch formation. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. But the gain is just 1 yard. Sets up a 3rd and 9 now. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this 3rd down. Dropping back, it's Manning. Looking downfield near the end zone. Oh, and it's batted down by the defense. Great play to deny a touchdown. So now on 4th down, out comes the field goal unit. Trying to connect from 41 yards away. And that one straight down the middle. It breaks the scoreless tie here, makes it 3-0. Away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. Returner decides to field it. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. Offense out there for the first play of this drive from the 18. Here's the handoff. Stopped right there at the line. No gain. Second down after that previous play. There's the snap, and he's looking to throw. Looking to set up a screen pass here. Oh, and he hits out of bounds after a really nice gain there. The drive stays alive with that completion for a first down. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. Going absolutely nowhere. It'll be a loss of the play. Running play goes backwards. Now the offense is set up at 2nd and 13. Looking to pass here on 2nd down. Quick completion to the tight end. Defense makes the tackle with the clock running. That'll probably be the final play of this first quarter. So Texas has the lead, Kirk, as we break here for the quarter. And at the end of the first quarter, let's check out the stats so far. They've flipped ends of the field. We're ready now for the second period. First play of the quarter is a crucial one. Offense trying to convert this 3rd down. Looking downfield. It's Stockton. Oh, and it's dropped by a normally very reliable receiver. That's going to bring up 4th down. Dogs will send their punt team onto the field. And he'll kick it away now for the 2nd time. Not what he was hoping for. Instead of pinning the offense deep, it's a touchback. Here's the first play of the drive now from the 20-yard line. Here comes a handoff. They test the middle of the defense, but get nothing. Strong defense there. They stuff the run and makes it 2nd and 10 from their own 20. Play action fake. Looking to throw. Comes up with the catch. Gets past the 35. They tackle him at the 38. Solid gain. Nice play there. First down here for this offense. And the quarterback dropping back. That's incomplete. Even on a first down pass attempt, he felt heavy pressure. Second down play coming up for this offense. And he's back to throw again after that incompletion on first down. Under pressure, just lets it go. Just flings it out of bounds with pass rush closing in. They're backed up here trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. Back to throw again. He's running out of time here. Can't find anybody on 3rd down, throws it away. And now 4th down coming up. Longhorns will bring their punt team on the field now. They're going to kick it away for the 2nd time. Bounce right at the 3-yard line and into the end zone for a touchback. Here's the first play of the drive now from the 20-yard line. And there's the handoff. They pick up 4, so 2nd down and 6 coming up. They'll run it. Hand it off to the running back. That's a solid gain. Moves the ball to the 29. So a very makeable 3rd down for the offense from the 29. Can he make it to the marker? Picks up the first, looking for more. There's the tackle, but 1st down yardage. The Dogs come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. Looking for some space. It's Frazier. They tackle him right at the 35-yard line. 2nd down after that run on the previous play. Down the middle, it's Branch. And the defense swarms, not much of a gain on that completion. The offense now looking at a 3rd and short from their own 40, trying to keep this drive going. Oh, look at the quick cut. They keep the drive going. It's a 1st down to the 46. This offense trying to get going has put together a positive drive here in the 2nd quarter. Running game is working. They'll stick with it on 1st down. And he goes nowhere. Stop cold behind the line of scrimmage. Here comes the bunch formation. Back to pass. It's Stockton. Here's a throw underneath to the tight end. They stop the receiver, but that's a solid gain on that play. They come up 3rd and short. This is the 8th play of the drive. Looking to pick up the 1st down through the air. Can't hold on. Good defensive play. Brings up a 4th down. The Bulldogs will line up to punt it away. And he drives the punt deep. The punt bounces and goes out of bounds right near the 10-yard line. So the first play of the drive coming up here. Under 3 minutes to play before half. Offense will keep it on the ground here. And he will be stuffed for no gain. 2nd down after that run on the previous play. Again, thrown out of the RPO, and it's complete. Tackled quickly after the catch. He'll be short of the marker. So let's see what they like here on 3rd and short from inside their own 20. Important to pick up this 1st down. And it's just flat dropped on 3rd down. What a big mistake. Now this offense facing a 4th down call. It's a booming punt, showcasing the leg strength. Great cut. They whiff on him. They finally get him down, but that's a solid return. Good work by the return man. Here's the first play of the drive now. They're set up at their 40. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. The junior able to bring him down quickly. They'll crank up the tempo here on 2nd down. The time is running out. Here's the snap, looking to throw. Swarm for the pass rush. A sack. Here comes 3rd and long. Giving up that sack has made this a real challenge for the offense. Looking to throw it on 3rd and very long. They got him again. He's like a statue back there. And now a timeout quickly called by the defense as they try to get everybody on the same page here. Dogs will line up to boot it away. That's a rough series for the offense, and now he's on to punt it away. He was hoping that would check up, but a big bounce sends it into the end zone for a touchback. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. Run it up the middle, but stuffed for no gain. So they get nothing on the first down run. Brings up 2nd and 10 from their own 20. Slams right into a wall. They got him for a loss. Timeout is called to duck strategy late in this close game with halftime approaching. Well, a serious challenge for this offense. You don't want to be in 3rd and long inside your own 20. How much of a risk will they take to try to pick up? Looking for a man deep down the left side. Pulls it in outside the 10 and still running. The tackle is made, but there's a flag on the field. See what that's about. Obvious penalty, doesn't matter. Offense makes a big gain. Offense on the move now as that penalty gives them a fresh set of downs. Scanning the field, it's Manning. Makes the grab, can he get there? Tackle at the 8 after the completion. And a quick timeout call by the offense after the play. So here comes 2nd down now. Every play important down here in the red zone. It's an option look. The back's got it on the pitch. They've got it behind the line. The option fools no one. So here we go. 3rd down. Defense needs a stop here. Try to force a field goal attempt. Oh, and he dropped it. The would-be touchdown could not come up with the football. Now it's 4th down. So here on 4th down, out comes the field goal team. The field goal is good. So here's the kickoff now. Offense settling for 3, tacking on a little bit of momentum before the halftime break. Fields it just outside the goal line. Tackled at the 22. Good job by the coverage team. So they start the drive here, looking to make something happen in the final seconds before halftime. Handoff here from the shotgun. First down, looking for more now. So a timeout is called. Just a few seconds left here in the first half. Just time enough for one more play in the half. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. A deep shot to the right. And it's incomplete. They took a shot there on what will be the final play of the quarter. Miller's going to wrap up the first half here. Let's kick it now to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
All right, guys, thanks. Looks like we've had ourselves a very enjoyable first half so far. And yes, football is a game of inches, but man, is that really the case when you consider the length of some of these possessions. Look, I'm not an analytics guy, but I do know this. The team that sustains drives and just moves the sticks might be the team that comes out on top today. And on that note, time to throw it back to our guys at the stadium.
The Longhorns will kick this away to get the second half going. And he'll just take a knee. Drive will start at the 25-yard line. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. First play of the 3rd quarter is a handoff. Going absolutely nowhere. That'll be a loss of the ball. After the loss on first down, it's 2nd and long from the 22. Hunt over the middle. It's Thomas. That'll pick up a first down out at the 37. Offense showing a bunch formation now. An inside give now from the shotgun. Solid gain, moves the ball to the 43. A gain makes it 2nd and medium. And the quarterback keeps it here. And he's tackled, but only after picking up a first down. This Georgia offense is moving quickly down the field. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. He's in the clear. They stop him, but it's a first down. And the Bulldogs come to the line to set a fresh set of downs. And they'll go right back to him on first down. The gain is 3 yards, brings up a second down and 7. A offense set for the 6th play in this drive. Looking downfield, it's Stockton. He flips it to the back across the middle. They've got him, but that completion good enough for first down yardage. George has moved into the red zone. Looking for some space. It's Frazier. Well, they run it right into a blitz, and that linebacker was coming downhill curve.
Man, what a time to call that blitz here by the defensive coordinator. And you're right, he shoots right through that A-gap. Really, the back had nowhere to go. By the time he got the ball in his hands, the linebacker's right in his face.
So the offense getting set. This is not where you want to be against this defense. 3rd and long. Gets rid of it on the move. Snags a good throw. Touchdown, Bulldogs. Strong game by this quarterback. Well, they slow the game down with a long, winding drive that brings a touchdown. That was impressive.
What's impressive to me is the consistency. You know, it's one thing to hit a receiver and you can score a big touchdown, but to be able to go and sustain drives and keep the sticks moving, it puts a lot on the quarterback and the execution of the offense, and man, did they make that look easy.
Extra point puts it in front by 1. Got momentum after scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. Well, he thought about coming out, but instead takes a knee and will bring the football to the 25-yard line. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. Quick throw to the left. That's a nice wrap up there by the junior. So 2nd and 7 at the 3-yard pickup. This offense trying to get something going on this drive. The back's got it. Tackle behind the line. It's a loss of 2. The offense now facing a 3rd and long from the 26. Got to avoid a mistake here. Back to throw. It's Manning. Looking for his big tight end. Great catch. Heads out of bounds after a solid game. More than enough to pick up a first down. Big guys up front lined up. It's first down. They'll hand it off. And he goes nowhere. Stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. Running play goes backwards. Now the offense is set up at 2nd and 13. Grab down the middle. It's Moore. Breaks a tackle in the clear now. Touchdown, Texas, to put them on top now. Simple throw, all the yards after the catch. Explosive play by the receiver to score.
Just a dynamic, athletic playmaker. As simple as you said, Chris, just throw him the football, he makes the catch, and then all the fireworks are after the catch, and this defense just unable to corral him.
The offense is out there. Here comes a 2-point conversion attempt. On the ground, trying to punch it in for the score. He'll just dive over the pile into the end zone for the 2-point conversion. Kickoff team out there. They are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Fielded in the end zone. It's Branch. Tackled at the 13. Not great field position to start the drive. Here's the first play of the drive. They'll set up from the 13. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. They're behind the sticks on 2nd and long here from the 12. Looking to pass. It's Stockton. Looks to his left and makes the completion. They bring him down after a short gain there. They punted 4 times already, on the verge of a 5th, but they can't convert this 3rd down. Caught near the sticks. It's Bell. They get him down, but that's a nice play. It moves the ball to the 33. Georgia getting set with a 1st and 10 now. Tight end goes in motion before the snap. Off the play fake, looking to throw. A deep shot right down the middle. Caught way downfield for a huge gain. Touchdown, Dogs. Too much speed for the defense.
We're seeing more and more of this in college football. Guys in that slot that got the ability to get downfield vertically. It's a mismatch if you have the right guy. This time they get the matchup that they want, hit it for a big one.
Now they line up to kick the extra point. The PAT is up and good, so we're tied up here in the third quarter. So after putting up a touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. Returner looking to make a play here. Returner brought down. Sets up the next drive. Here's the first play of the drive now, backed up at the 15. Starts with a quick pass to the left off the RPO. And this one goes nowhere. Lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. Offense getting set up. Here's second down. He'll hand it off. Tough running there, but not quite enough for a first down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. To throw, it's Manning. But they don't connect. It's incomplete, and it brings up fourth down. The Longhorns will bring their punt team onto the field. Look at the leg strength, a booming punt. We'll see if he can make a play on this return. Quick juke to get free. And the returner brought down by the coverage team. Grab behind the line. It's Thomas. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. We get to the end of three. It's been a tremendous competitive battle, Kirk, as we check out some of the stats so far. Let's see how this fourth quarter unfolds. Everything to play for here for both teams. Offense getting set for a second down here to begin the quarter. There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball. Here's a screen pass to the running back. They stop him at the 47, but that's enough for a first down. A new set of downs after that completion. And looking to throw now on first down. And it's incomplete. The defender arrived the same time as the football. And now it's second down. Incompletion in first down makes it 2nd and 10 from the 47. Ball handed off. Try to run it up the middle, but get nothing. They come to the line. A long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. On the run here. Lets it go. Go to the sideline. Steps out after a short gain. The Dogs will have to kick this away. And he'll come out for his 5th punt of the night. And the punt goes out of bounds. The officials now will mark the spot. And the first play of the drive now coming up from the 17-yard line. From the shotgun, handoff inside. The Sophomore with a strong tackle there. Getting set. Here's second down. Looks right for a quick completion. You get him down, but that's a nice play. Moves the ball to the 33. This line getting set up. It's a first down play. To the air. It's Manning. He's brought down quickly. A short gain gets them a few yards closer to the marker. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Big throw. That's an RPO caught on the left side. Good enough for first down yardage. Longhorns looking to keep this drive rolling. Short throw complete to the tight end. Receiver brought down after a short pitch Catch. Important second down play coming up. A quick throw out left, complete. Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. A crucial play in this game. It's 3rd down and 2. Breaking tackles. That's enough to move the sticks and give them a first down at the 41. The Longhorns line up on 1st and 10 now. He dumps it off to the tight end. Tackle is made. It's a short gain, well short of the marker. They flip it to him on the jet sweep. Breaks an open space. He rolls out of bounds. That's a big gainer there. It's a solid run. Gives the offense a first down and a new set of downs. They'll try the option play here. Pitch play to the back. He'll be stopped for a loss on the play. The defense all over the option that time. Play fake, looking to throw. Running out of time in the pocket. He'll just throw that one away to avoid what would have been a sack. The 11th play of this marathon drive, but it's 3rd and long now. Back goes in motion now. Let's see how the defense adjusts. Escapes the pocket. He'll avoid the tackle there with a slide. Timeout called by the defense, their first of the half as they try to make some adjustments here. So on 4th down, here comes a crucial field goal attempt. Knocks that one right down the middle. That puts them back on top. So after the field goal, the kicker out there again to boot it away. They'll return it from inside the 5. And the first play of the drive now coming out from the 17-yard line. Looking to throw. It's Stockton. It's incomplete. He was hit as he threw. Good pass rush there on 1st down. 2nd down after the incompletion. And the quarterback drops back looking for an open man. Nice grab. It's Bell. That's a solid gain. Moves the ball out to the 28. We've reached the 2-minute timeout as this offense tries to stage a dramatic comeback and win the game late. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. The sure hands. It's Humphreys.
Man, give the defense a lot of credit. You're taking away the elite receiver. That primary target forces the quarterback to find a 2nd or 3rd option. He gets positive yards, but anytime you can take away the big play late in the game, it's going to help you be able to secure victory.
They'll try and run it. Here's the running back. He's brought down out at the 46. Now they've got to hustle to the line and get set. Quarterback looking to throw it on 2nd down. Pressure is coming. Just throws it away, but takes a big hit in the process. Here we go, trailing late in the game here. Serious urgency for this offense right now. In the 3rd and short, they'll try to throw for it. Caught over the middle. It's Frazier. And they do pick up 1st down yardage. Set up now at the 44. Looking to throw it on 1st down. That one falls incomplete. Good defensive play. Brings up 2nd down. Tight game. Final 2 minutes. Can the offense make a play here? They desperately need it. They'll look to throw it here on 2nd down. And that pass is incomplete. No idea who he's trying to throw it to. This is a crucial 3rd down play. To try a field goal from here would be 61 yards. And he finds his tight end for the catch. They make the tackle, but the offense now set up for the 1st down at the 21. 1st down, clock stops for a moment, but no huddle here. They've got to hurry. Scanning the field. It's Stockton. Defense is coming after him. He'll be taken down. The defense rises up with a sack in a crucial moment. Timeout is called here to stop the clock on this crucial possession. Quarterback looking to pass here on second down. Quick throw complete to the tight end. They make the tackle, but not before a solid gain on that pass.
Boy, another nice throw by this quarterback. You know, Chris, he's had a heck of a day the entire game, avoiding mistakes, making good throws, giving his team a chance to win this game. And when it comes down to it, I want the ball in his hands with a chance to make a play to win it.
They'll run it here. They've got him in the backfield. Nowhere to run. They'll lose a yard on the play. And a timeout taken by the offense. 18 seconds on the clock. So now we'll have a field goal attempt. One of the biggest moments of this game so far. And a timeout taken by the defense. 18 seconds left on the clock. And it's good. Right down the middle. And that ties the game. We could be headed for overtime.
And I tell you, life of a kicker. This guy's not been called on the entire game. Probably cold as ice on the sideline. But when it matters, he's hot as a stove when his number's called.
So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. And he takes this from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. Here's the first play of the drive now. They begin at the 19. Using the ground game here. Tailback has the handoff. And brought down at the line with that big defensive tackle. Here's the second down play. So here comes our first play of overtime. Dropping back. It's Stockton. Receiver makes the grab. And he's shoved out of bounds by the defense short of the first down marker. Caught behind the line. It's Branch. And the Salk were able to bring him down quickly. Crucial third down play right here. Out of the gun now on third down. They'll try a pass here. Grab made by the tight end. They make the stop, but that gains enough to set him up first down at the 14. And here's the handoff. Coming to the line on second down. This is important. They want to avoid a third and long. Quick throw, the catch is made. Into the end zone to take the lead here in OT.
Well, another touchdown pass for this quarterback. Multiple scores on the day. He is in total control of this offense right now, and the defense just doesn't have an answer.
Now for the crucial extra point to push the lead to 7 in OT. PAT puts him in front by 7. So pressure on this offense. They must answer with a touchdown to stay in this game. Here comes a first down pass attempt. Grab down the middle. It's Moore. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. And completion makes it second and short. They'll give it to the back. The Longhorns are moving quickly down the field. So pressure on this offense here in overtime. They must score a touchdown to stay alive. Looking to throw. It's Manning. He's got it right near the end zone. And he's into the end zone for a touchdown. And now a decision. You kick the PAT or go for 2 and the win.
Well, this is one of the benefits of going second when you get into overtime. Now you know what you're facing. You put a touchdown on the board, you can either send it to another overtime if you kick an extra point, or potentially, hey, let's win the game and go for 2 right here.
And now for the crucial extra point to tie this up and force a second overtime. And he knocks through the PAT. So we're still tied now heading into the first play of double overtime. They'll try the right here. And he'll maybe get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. 2 backs now flanking the quarterback. Quarterback wants to throw it on second down. That pass is caught. Longhorns are in the red zone. On 3rd and short, they'll try to throw for it here. Catch made, looking for the goal line. He moves the ball to the 7-yard line. Offense has a 1st and goal now. So the offense now will set up 1st and goal here in double overtime. Keep it on the ground on 1st and goal. Slams right into a wall. They've got it for a loss. 2nd and goal play. Spot the ball at the 9. QB decides to keep it here. Aim for a touchdown to claim the lead in double overtime. And now a 2-point try coming up.
Well, there it is, Chris. One of the most dangerous plays in college football, the option. What's even more dangerous, as a defender, you have no clue if he's going to pull it, tuck it, throw it. That time, he took it himself, fooling the defense all the way to the end zone.
So they score the touchdown. Now, by rule, they must go for 2 here in second overtime. Here's the option play. Pitches to the back. He did not get in. They stopped him, and the lead remains at 6 here in overtime. So pressure on this offense. They must answer with a touchdown to stay in this game. Back to pass. It's Stockton. Fires it to the wideout. Touchdown, Georgia. And they answer in overtime.
But if somebody had to bust an assignment on this touchdown, there's no way you let a guy get that open unless the defender either gets injured or he blew an assignment. That was too easy for the offense for that touchdown.
So it all comes down to this. If they make their 2-point try, it's game over. Chance to win it right now. They try to muscle toward the end zone on the ground. And he gets in there. The 2-point try wins the game in overtime. to Pasadena and the majestic Rose Bowl, one of the unique settings in all of sport. This year's Rose Bowl, presented by Prudential, is a crucial part of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup. We'll see the number 4 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs, taking on the number 1 team in the land, the Texas Longhorns. For EA Sports, I'm Chris Fowler, joined in the booth by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get this thing going. Away to start us off.
Texas.
Bringing it out, it's Branch. He's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. So the Georgia Bulldogs offense going to get the chance to start this game off. They will go up against a secondary, Kirk, that talks about the no-fly zone. These guys are confident in their ability to just lock down wide receivers and take away the opponent's passing game.
Seems like every year in college football, there's secondaries around the country that want to brag that they have the best group of defensive backs. I think this defense and this secondary specifically has a very strong case with what they have to work with. The question I have is, how will the offense consistently move the ball against this group today?
Well, they test the middle there, but get nothing. To the air, it's Stockton. Catch made in space. Look out. Potentially a touchdown-saving tackle, but not before a long completion.
Man, they got exactly the right coverage early in this game that they were looking for. They found the matchup, and they hit a big one early.
Georgia setting up with a 1st and 10 now. Caught in the backfield. It's Thomas. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. Now it's 2nd down here. He hands it off from the gun. Take it down, but not before he makes the 1st down. Dogs pick up enough yards to move the sticks. Grab behind the line. It's Thomas. Breaks a tackle on the play and makes a decent gain.
Well, this is why they want to get his hands on the football as often as possible. We always know about his ability to make plays downfield, but here they just get it to him quick on a wide receiver screen. He shakes the tackle and picks up nice yards.
Offense getting set. 2nd down play here. Off an RPO, the quarterback looks to his right. Brought down, but it's past the line of the game. Georgia now operating in the red zone. Quarterback keeps the football. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. Been a really solid drive, and now a challenge here coming up on 2nd and 13. 2nd down, we're going to throw it. Grab behind the line. It's Branch. Nowhere to run. No corralling for no gain. The 9th play of a strong opening drive. It's 3rd and long. Throwing off play action. The pass rush gets home.
3rd down and long, and they go play action. Puts the quarterback in a tough spot by taking his eyes off of the coverage. Now, I get that it can maybe help the protection, but here it did not, and now you have a sack.
The coach chooses to go for a field goal attempt here. And that kick right down the middle. Can't hit it any better than that. So we have our first points on the board. That makes it 3-0. Following the field goal, the kickoff team is out there now. He's going to bring this out a few yards deep in the end zone. And he's brought down at the 16. Would get better off leaving it in the end zone for a touchback. So Texas's offense gets their first crack now. And Kirk, how cool is this matchup? We got an elite quarterback. We talked to him about the opportunity to face a corner on the other side who's just as elite.
You know, anytime that you're a corner and you consider yourself the best in the country, there's no better opportunity than going up against one of the top quarterbacks in the country. Let's see who can step up and show that they're the better player.
The short completion of the tight end. Defense shoves him out of bounds. Not much of a gain there. An important third down attempt for this offense. Dropping back. It's Manning. Down near the sticks. It's Moore. He's tackled short of the 30, but that's good enough for a first down. A new set of downs after that completion. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. The gain moves the ball to a 34. The gain makes it second and medium. And the quarterback keeps it on the option. Here he goes. Breaks into the clear. Tackle made after a big gain.
This is exactly how this offense envisioned this game getting started, is having opportunities to be able to crease this defense and hit big plays. Now let's see what they can do off of it.
Fresh set of downs for the offense. First down. Off the play fake, looking to throw. The pocket breaking down. Here's a throw underneath to the back. Second down play coming up. Looking for a receiver. But they can't make the connection. Ball's incomplete. Seventh play of the drive coming up, but it is third down and long. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Taking a shot deep down the right side. No, and he almost picked it off. Nearly a turnover. Here on the opening drive. It's going to bring up fourth down. So the decision is to not go for it, but settle for 3. Here comes the field goal team. He got it. The field goal's good. And we're all tied up now. Away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. Fielded in the end zone. It's Branch. Coverage team flying downfield. Not much gained on that return. Here's the first play of the drive now. They're backed up at their own 14. Back to throw. It's Stockton. Finds that big tight end for a short pass. And he'll make his way out of bounds after gaining decent yardage. That completion makes it second and medium. From the shotgun, drops back looking for an open man. Caught over the middle. It's Branch. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Short pass finds the tight end. Defense makes the tackle here on the final play of the first quarter. So after a competitive, fun first quarter, we are all even. Let's check out some of the stats from that first period. And as we move to the second quarter, you hope these teams will build on a promising start. Here we go. First play of the quarter. Offense setting up for a second down play. Gonna run it. It's Frazier. And the defense smothers him for no gain. The offense now looking at a third and short from their own 40, trying to keep this drive going. They'll try to run for the first down.
Well, if he would have stayed on his track and stayed more to the inside, I think that play opens up for a nice gain. Instead, he's looking for the big play, bounces it to the outside, and there's just too much speed on that defense.
And the punt will land in the end zone for a touchback. Here's the first play of the drive now from that 20-yard line. And they They'll run it out of the shotgun. And they try the middle, but stuck for no gain. Strong defense there. They stuff the run and makes it 2nd and 10 from their own 20. Quarterback pulls the ball. It's a keeper. That's a solid gain. Moves the ball to the 29. So a very makeable 3rd down for the offense from the 29. Can he get there on the ground? An effective play. Good for a 1st down at the 35. The Longhorns come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. Play action here on 1st down. Deflected by the defense and incomplete. Offense getting set. It's 2nd down. To throw, it's Manning. Pass ball is incomplete. There was a lot of contact. No penalty. Brings up 3rd down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a 1st down. Drops back, looking to throw for it on 3rd down. And finally, he's looking deep down the left side. And it's, oh man, what a catch. Finally brought down to the 20-yard line. A huge gain puts him in great scoring position.
The defense may want to change things up. When you're facing a quarterback of this caliber, you can't give him that much time and expect to be able to win a game. You better start to blitz him and play some variety of coverages. Otherwise, you're going to have a long game.
Longhorns pick up 1st down yardage to keep the drive going. Here comes a throw from the red zone. Goes to his right side there for the completion. They make the tackle, but that pass creates a solid gain. The shotgun handoff here. The Longhorns pick up 1st down yardage to keep the drive going. The offense in scoring position with a new set of downs. Here's the handoff on 1st and goal. And he's tackled down at the 4-yard line. Defense getting pushed back. 2nd down and goal. The run to the left, trying to find Pater. Stout defense there. It's a 3-yard loss on that run. The offense facing a 3rd and goal from a long way away. Out of the gun now on 3rd down. Refusing to be brought down. Touchdown, Longhorns.
Man, Chris, even in this condensed space down in the red zone, a superior athlete is just eventually going to be a superior athlete. You hesitate for a second, and this guy's going to make you pay, and the defense here was left with the bill.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with a PAT. PAT makes it a 7-point lead. Got momentum after scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. And here's the return from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. So they begin the drive here in the final 3 minutes of the half. It's a shotgun run call. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Quickly behind the sticks here after the loss. 2nd down and 11. It's the 2-minute timeout of what's been a really competitive game so far. Chance for the offense to take the lead before the break. 2nd down after that previous play. Dropping back, it's Stockton. With the catch, it's Branch. And they wrap him up after the completion just short of the 1st down marker. They're going to throw for it on 3rd and short. Moves out of the pocket. And now the defense will call a timeout here to make an adjustment on their side before this crucial play. The Bulldogs will have to punt this one away. And he'll kick it away now for the 2nd time. This is an absolute boomer of a punt. That takes a big bounce and rolls all the way into the end zone for a touchback. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. A gain of 2 yards. Now it's 2nd down and 8. Here's the snap. Quarterback looking to throw. Short connection to the tight end here. Tackle is made, just a short gain after the completion. 3rd down play, looking for a fresh set of downs. Dropping back, looking to throw for the 1st down. That one is incomplete. The defender was right there, and it brings up 4th down now. Longhorns will send the punt team onto the field. He's on to boot it away now. Fielded near the 20. The coverage team able to bring the returner to the ground. Here's the first play of the drive now, set up at the 24. 1st down, looking to throw the football. Pulls it in. It's Bell. And he picks up the 1st down before they get him to the ground. And a timeout is called. Important stage late here in the 2nd quarter. It's a 1st and 10 play. And he drops back in the gun. There's contact on the throw. That is broken up and incomplete. 2nd down play coming up for this offense. Looking downfield. It's Stockton. Oh, down he goes. It's a sack. And now the defense will call a timeout here. There's something they didn't like about that look, and they'll make an adjustment for this important play. Now in 3rd and very long, looking to throw. Just standing there, gets hit again. And now the defense decides to spend a timeout to regroup a bit. The Dogs will bring the punt team onto the field. He's on to kick it away, helping his team with field position. Steps into this one, and it's a boomer. Wow. And we'll see what he can do on the return. And the returner will be brought down. On 1st down, it's play action. Quick completion to the tight end. And the runner scoots out of bounds after gaining some decent yardage. Offense getting set up. Here's 2nd down. Pulls it in. It's Moore. Moves the ball out across the 30, and it's good for a 1st down. Receiver in motion now. Quick throw on the left side. They bring him down to the 45, and a solid gain to keep this drive going. So the offense takes the field in the final seconds of the half. Chance for just a couple more plays. And the quarterback finds an open target on the crossing route. They bring him down, but a solid gain there on 1st down. Looks to be just inches short of the marker. And that will do it for the 1st half here. Kevin Connors now has our halftime update.
Thanks, guys. Looks like we've had ourselves a really entertaining 1st half. And a lot of coaches will say limiting the big plays and maybe hitting on a few yourself is key. But I'm more of a move the chains guy. Give me efficiency every day of the week and twice on Saturday. The offensive unit that subscribes to the less is more philosophy might be the one that leaves here today with a big fat W. That said, let's get back to the field and our guys in the booth to start the 2nd half.
And the Bulldogs will kick this away to get the 2nd half going. Doesn't bring the kick out. Touchback. They'll start at the 25. The first play of the drive now from the 25. To throw, it's Manning. Catch made on the left side. He's in the clear. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain. Solid gain moves the ball up to the 47. It'll be 1st down. Ball handed off. The gain is 4, so it's 2nd and 6. Off the play fake, looking to pass it. Short throw to the back, caught behind the line of scrimmage. The defense scoops it up. Here he goes. They get him down, but the recovery and the return could be a game-changing moment.
Oh, what a play by this defense. Trailing in the second half, really the only way you can get back into this game is create turnovers. Ball's on the ground, they pounce on it, and they get the ball back to their own offense.
And the powerful Georgia offense is back out on the field. Off the play fake on first down. He escapes the pocket.
Boy, the defense trying to get after this quarterback. I love the concept. I love the idea. Here, they don't give up the big play. They prevent him from getting out and picking up huge yards.
Second and inches. Offense maybe looking to throw the ball here. They got three receivers bunched out left. Off the play fake, looking to throw the football. He gets loose. Junior decides to pick up the first down himself. Georgia has moved into the red zone. Caught behind the line. It's Thomas. And the defense swarms. Not much of a gain on that completion. Coming to the line on second down. This is important. They want to avoid a third and long. Handoff heading left. Mailers all the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs. They're setting out to try the PAT. Knocks through the PAT and ties the score here in the third period. Kickoff team out there. They are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Bringing it out. It's Gibson. He'll be stopped short of the 20-yard line. Good job of the coverage team. Here's the first play of the drive now. They begin at the 19. Off the play fake, looking to throw on first down. Looking for the tight end, and it's caught. Runner scoots out of bounds after gaining decent yards. Getting set. Here's second down. Fakes the handoff here, looking to throw it. Takes a deep shot on the move. And he's got it down there inside the 35. Tackle made quickly, but a big chunk play for this offense through the air.
I love plays like this when everything just kind of comes together. It's like an orchestra. Offensive line giving the quarterback enough time. The receiver works from the left all the way over across the formation to the right. And the quarterback with that time puts the ball right on the money. Well designed and well executed here for a big play for this offense.
Gives it to the back. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Looking to pass. It's Manning. The tight end has got it. Breaks one tackle, gets brought down, but picks up some decent yardage. So now it's third and short from the plus 25. They're in field goal range. But let's see what the call is. They're thinking about touchdown, of course. Can't hold on. Good defensive play. Brings up a fourth down. Longhorns will come to the line here, looking to keep the drive going on fourth down. Here we go on fourth down. He breaks free. Your head out of bounds, but not before picking up enough for a first down. The Longhorns pick up enough for a first down here. Looking to throw it from the red zone. Running back grabs it on a screen. And he's shoved out of bounds with the defense short of the first down marker. Important second down play coming up. Catch made on the out route. And he's out of bounds after gaining decent yardage. Here we go, third down, close to the goal line. They can still get a first down without scoring. They stop him behind the line. That'll set up fourth down now. Longhorns will come to the line looking to convert on fourth down. the defense will call a timeout before this critical down just to get everybody on the same page. So no field goal try here. Coach keeps the offense on the field to go for it on 4th down. He's not going to get there. The defense rises up and makes a huge 4th down stop. On the ground, it's Frazier. 5-yard gain, so it's 2nd and 5. Here's the snap. Offense looking to throw the ball. On the run here. Lets it go. And a short pitch and catch to the tight end. He's stopped, but he gets out across the 25-yard line. Keeping it on the ground here. No way to run up the middle. Here's the 2nd down play. Dropping back. It's Stockton. A screen pass complete to the running back. They make the tackle, but that screen pass call worked out. They gained the 1st down yardage. Georgia getting set with a 1st and 10 now. There's the snap. Quarterback setting up to throw. Caught in the backfield. It's Frazier. Tackle made after a huge gain all the way to the 40.
Boy, great job here by the quarterback to find the running back out of the backfield. That'll earn his team a new set of downs.
Of a ride through a very competitive first 3 quarters if you check out some of the stats here. And let's see how this one unfolds in the final quarter, set to get underway. Back at it to start the quarter. Offense getting set to run a 1st down play. From the shotgun, an inside handoff. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Been a really productive drive, but the loss there now makes it 2nd and 12. Pre-snap motion from the receiver. Looking to pass here on 2nd down. He bought some time, now lets it go. Makes the catch. It's Thomas. Defense wraps him up after the catch, but he's just short of a 1st down. It's a quarterback keeper. The defense swarms. He's going backwards. He'll lose 4 yards on the ball. So on 4th down, out trots the place kicker in a very big spot here. The field goal is good. They've reclaimed the lead with that one. Kicker out there again to boot it away. And so it'll be a touchback. Ball spotted at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. Back to pass. It's Manning. Lets it go quickly. That's knocked away. Defense makes a nice play. It's incomplete. At the 25, it's 2nd and 10. Can they make it a 3rd and manageable here? Again, thrown out of the RPO, it is complete. They bring him down quickly, a short pitch and catch to get a little bit closer to the marker. 3rd down, out of the shotgun. Close to the tight end. He makes the grab. They bring him down, but a huge gain. They cross midfield to the 49. From the shotgun now, here's a handoff inside. Slams right into a wall. They got him for a loss. Offense behind the 6 now on 2nd and 11 after the 1-yard loss. Quarterback looking to throw it on 2nd down. Oh, and he fumbles. The offense able to fall on the football. Lucky to maintain possession there. On third down, he drops to throw. And they convert on third down, moving the football to the 35. The Longhorns are moving quickly down the field. Handoff here from the shotgun. And he'll be smothered right at the line for no gain. Receivers are bunched together. They'll look to throw it here on second down. Running back has it on the screen now. Oh, and he heads out of bounds after a really nice gain there. The Longhorns will get a cash in the red zone. They'll try the ground game here with the running back.
Man, every defensive coordinator will tell you, I just want my guys to play fast. And how about that one right there? He almost ends up tackling the quarterback as he's handing the ball off. This offense is lucky they didn't end up...
Oh, they trap him for a sack. So here comes third and long, trying to overcome that sack. This is going to be really difficult. Send the back in motion. Looking to throw it on third and very long. Caught near the goal line. And he steps out of bounds just short of the end zone. They'll try to run it in on first and goal. Touchdown, Texas. They jump on top now here in the fourth.
Boy, just a great job here by the offensive line and the running back to be able to get this ball into the end zone late in the game like this, now in the fourth quarter, to give them the lead.
And now the try here for the extra point. PAT up and good. The lead is 4 here in the final quarter. So after putting up the touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. He thought about returning it, but instead takes a knee. It'll be a touchback, and they'll start at the 25. Scanning the field, it's Stockton. Quick throw over the middle. Physical defending. That one falls incomplete. Brings up second down. Here we go, trailing late in the game here. Serious urgency for this offense right now. Quarterback looking to pass here on second down. This time it's complete. Defense makes the stop very close to a first down. Tight game, final 2 minutes. Can the offense make a play here? And they desperately need it. And that pass is way off the mark. Not sure who he meant to throw that ball to. So down 4 late in the game. Obviously, they'll keep the offense on the field and go for it. They tackle him at the 43, but that's enough for a first down.
Boy, that is some determination by this offense here. Picking up a new set of downs on the run. The call works out perfectly. You just needed 2 yards. You pick it up, and now you've got another chance at points.
Georgia setting up with a 1st and 10 now. Quarterback drops back. We're going to test the secondary. Cannot get the throw. He's taken down. What a huge play at this stage of the game.
Well, the quarterback makes a mistake here. That's football 101. Once you get outside of the pocket, you've got to get rid of the football in this situation and not take the sack, especially in the fourth quarter.
Here we go, trailing late in the game here. Serious urgency for this offense right now. It's a short completion to the big tight end. 0 running room, stopped right at the line of scrimmage. The clock is still running. Have to hurry up here, but it's a crucial third down. Out of the gun now on third down. Looking for a late deep throw. And that's incomplete. They weren't afraid to let it fly, but it brings up a fourth down. The Dogs will look to convert here on fourth down. Fourth down, he's throwing for it. And it's incomplete to end the drive. A turnover on downs here in the late stages of this game. the quarterback just kneels down.